friends. Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a Friday stream where we're going to be working on an app called Fresh Spots. So Fresh Spots we've been working on for a while now. Do I have the playlist in there? That's the wrong command. I need to update that command. But essentially, this is going to be an app where users can create and share lists of places to visit. So, for example, you could create top 10 pizza restaurants in my city, or 3 places you need to visit when you come to my city, that kind of thing. So right now, so far, we really just have log in and log out. Today, hopefully, we'll at least get the first features going, like creating lists and showing things on a map. That's what I hope to do today. But really, this whole app has kind of just been an exploration of Deno and Fresh. So Deno is an alternative runtime for JavaScript, alternative to node.js, and Fresh is a next-gen web framework. And in building this app, we had to find things that worked inside of Deno. So specifically, we're using a library called Keysly to access the database, and then we're using this library I wrote called Deno Grant to do like Oauth. Yeah. And it's good to hear Sally the Goose. Yeah, Sally the Goose was having some issues. You know what it is? It might have just been restarting VS Code, not necessarily your whole computer, but I'm glad you got it working. Yeah, and I don't know if you noticed, but yeah, there's a dinosaur tail that's blue, and you can see straight through it. Oh, you're setting it up in NeoVim. Oh, yeah, I've never done ESLint inside of NeoVim. I don't know what that takes. But yeah. But yeah, you can see. Yeah, and then there's one down here too. It's a blue tail. Dilecano or Dilecano? I don't know what you're talking about. I am empty on the inside. No, I'm not empty. That's funny though. But yeah, so we use Deno Grant for that. And this has been a multi-day process. So right now we are on day 8. I'm probably have a ghost. Who knows? We're on day 8. I honestly don't even think we're gonna work on the dependencies.ts. So we were doing just really some code cleanup. It was taking a lot of time. I think we'll clean this up as we go. So if we're accessing a library that's in our import map, we'll update it to be on our dependencies. What I really want to change and update is what you see after you log in. So right now, you can log in. Oh, and there's a bug I need to fix as well. So right now you can log in, and you're just presented with the same page, right? But what we want to do is now that you're logged in, I want to detect that, and instead of showing this landing page, I want to show maybe like a map and some buttons that say like create list, because it doesn't make sense to show the user the login button if they're already logged in. But there is a bug that I probably will work on that first, because for whatever reason in Chromium-based browsers, whenever you click on this button, it does not show the logout button. So I need to fix that. I'll put that in the to-do. That'll probably be the first thing we work on is fix login drop down on Chrome. And I did not know that Fresh updated. we might have to update Fresh. I don't know how long, if there's many changes that I'd have to update or change to, but we should. We probably should update, so we'll look at that next. Yeah. And yeah, I'm wearing a Dino shirt, a Deno shirt. I don't think it would be breaking because it is like a minor version 0.1. Where's their blog? Just Deno.com blog. Fresh. This release makes Fresh even more powerful. No! Why did this? Come on! It just died right when we clicked. Okay, there we go. It's like I clicked on it. It says deployment failed. All right. Are you in the? I believe you're in the database for Fresh Spots. Yeah, there's a few users that clicked login. Okay. Let's read about it. Today we're releasing the next significant version of Fresh. Version 1.1 brings a lot of improvement. Cool. To update your project and The She-Boss. No, you upped it. What? Thank you. I'm baffled because you've been clicking sub with Prime for how many months now? You've been clicking sub with Prime for 26 months? Thank you so much. Can we get some hearts in the chat for the She-Boss? They support the stream. I really appreciate them. Yeah, the gift and subs all the time. That's why I had to do it. I keep forgetting. But still, the fact that you were dedicated enough to come back every month and click that button. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. To update, run this command. All right, automatic. Oh, beautiful, beautiful feature here. This is something that got really annoying. And stop it. Stop it. Thank you for the gift, the She-Boss. And congrats to Kaminar, or Kaminrain? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's good to hear, Acid Spark. And Acid Spark has been here for a long time, too. Let's look, 29 months. It's got you beat a little bit. I appreciate you all. I think we need to do something for all the long-term members of the community. I also, like, I'm going to put this on, I mean, this isn't like this specific to-do. Let me make another to-do list. Because I wanna pick everyone's brain on how you would feel about a live stream that you had to purchase tickets to. And the incentive, 29, did I say years instead of months? But the incentive is, it would probably be like an after dark stream. And I might partake of certain substances, and I might say curse words. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Ticketed live stream? Like, would anybody even buy a ticket? Or would the number of people buying a ticket just be worth just having a Zoom call? CJ Gone Wild? I was gonna call it CJ After Dark, or Coding Garden After Dark. You'll remortgage your house for it. All right, well, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Let's finish reading about Fresh. Then we'll say hello to everyone. And then we'll talk about that. CJ Unhinged. Yeah, we can come up with we can brainstorm names for it as well. That would be fun. But the other thing is, like, I'd have to look into what live platform we do it on. I mean, at the end of the day, it could just be a Zoom call. Like, I could create a page where you could, like, pay $5, and then that gives you the link and the password to a Zoom call or something. I don't know. I got this shirt from the Post Exchange, which is a store that only exists on military bases. But I believe the brand is massive. I think it's like a streetwear brand. Is this it? Supermassive. Yeah, I think this is the shop. I don't know. Can you see the tag? Yeah, I think it's Supermassive. But I bought it there. I don't know where else you would find it. Okay. Quick question. How do you handle Oauth in both development and production? Do you create two Oauth apps? Yeah, you can do that. The way Deno is set up, or the way Fresh Spots is set up right now, is I have two valid redirect URLs. Not every Oauth provider will let you do that, though. So that's when you would create two separate ones, one for development, one for production. When I'm working on an app, I also like that if every developer that's working locally, they have their own Oauth client secret and client key. What'd you find? Dino Party? Oh wow, that's a button up. Woohoo! That is slick. That is, I'd wear that. I mean, it's just this shirt, but it's a button up. It's a button up. Okay, I'm doing good, Muntahi. Thank you for asking. All right. Yeah, have a separate app for dev. I agree with that. All right, let's look at the updates. So this is a really cool update. It was really cumbersome to have to do these imports inside of every single one of my components if I was using Preact. So it's nice that they added that. Projects can be updated using the automatic mode using the code mod of the update. Cool. Nice. I'm definitely going to do that. Plugins are a new way to extend Fresh's functionality without requiring intrusive changes. Plugins are defined through the plugins property on the options. Documentation is here. Huh. Yeah, when we added fragments, that was really weird too. Plugins can dynamically add new functionality to Fresh. Ooh, like a twinned plugin, etc. I see. Okay. Official twinned plugin. Cool. Yeah. So that makes sense because before they had like their own way of like setting up twinned. Oh, not okay. This is gonna make our lives so much easier. I mean, we're gonna have to update a lot of code, but with the new twinned plugin, we don't have to do this business like the TW backticks. We can just do that. Yeah, this is gonna be worth updating. It might take us 3 hours to update our code, but we're gonna update today. It's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of like being on the latest and greatest stuff. We're gonna update. Preact signals. Also, somebody mentioned about signals. I've never looked at signals. I'm curious if signals are similar to how they are in solid.js, but they're in Preact. Yeah. Codex. I mean, yeah, we probably could do if we pick the right regular expression, we probably could update that everywhere in our code. All right, we need to look into Preact signals too. A way of expressing state that ensures apps stay fast regardless of how complex they are. Signals are based on reactive principles and provide excellent developer ergonomics with a unique implementation optimized for the virtual DOM. Is this like solid.js's signals, but now we have them in Preact, which means we could get them in React? Which means React might not suck anymore? This is amazing. These are some awesome updates. Ooh, I haven't used the Preact dev tools, but apparently we can now. Explicit rendering of 404 pages. It's still likely imperative. I mean, at a quick glance, it looked like they're like direct updates. Stacked middleware. Can we get claps in chat for Deno and Deno Fresh? Like this is a refreshing update with like really cool features, and it exudes confidence in the framework itself, because that means people are actually working on it. People they're working on it. They're working hard. They're adding new features. These features look great. Also, they're not necessarily breaking changes. Like, I can update, we'll see it in action, but I can update, and there's this thing called codemods, which essentially automatically update your code to be the latest stuff. So I think one of the code mods is to go through all of my code and remove that stuff. But yeah. Do I think Deno is the equivalent to Astro? I believe you might actually be able to use Astro directly inside of Deno. I talked about it earlier today, so check out the YouTube stream where I talked about what Astro really is. Why is this so slow? It's the session, right? We don't have thumbnail previews yet because this just happened. We'll find it. I'll get you a timestamp so you can specifically. Yeah. And I thought, if you look in the Astro docs, I thought there was actually a way of running it from Deno. But here's the other thing though. typically what you would do with Astro, and I talk about it here, is you would build ahead of time. So you'd run the build, that generates completely static stuff, HTML, CSS, and maybe a little bit of JavaScript, and then you put that on a CDN. Which means that if you were to use Deno with Astro, you're really just using Deno as the build process and development process, which is maybe not be what you're expecting. Why am I struggling so hard to find the timestamp here?
Swifty asks, what's my opinion?
All right, here it is. Come on! Oh, jeez.
On Astro and the concept of...
And Saint Adriano, or Adriano, or SD Adriano, thank you so much. Thank you for the 5 gifted. You're too kind. You're too kind. Here we go. Copy video at current time. Oh wait, did I? Hopefully that's the timestamp. But I talk about what Astro actually is and where you might use it. So yeah, check it out there. That's the timestamp. All right, this update looks awesome. We're gonna have to we'll do the update before we start on anything else. But I am going to say hello to everyone, welcome everyone in. Then we'll work on the drop-down bug in Chrome. But updating Fresh is probably going to, I mean, depending on how it goes, might take us an hour or so. But this is a slick update. A very slick update. Okay, what's first on the list? Hello! Let's say hello to everybody. It should be quick. I think what'll take us the most time is figuring out the Tailwind thing. Because I think we'll have to update our config there as well. Codex is saying, I just had to roll my own NPM registry. There's ways to monitor it. Oh, dang. Well, I mean, in the past, I've used, is it Artifactory? It probably costs money, though. There's like a self-hosted NPM. I forget what it's called. I'm curious what you used. You used that one? Cool. Yeah, this is. I worked for on a contract for a large enterprise, and that's what they were using. Welcome in, Irosum. But yeah, let's say hello to everybody. Oh, Verdaccio. Yeah, I used that in the past. Before NPM got fast and before things like PNPM existed, setting this up locally made NPM installs super fast because it didn't have to go over the network. Like, basically, the first time it found a package, it would have to download it from the web. But then every other time after that, it was just using the local server, so it was like super fast as well. Cool. All right, let's say hi to everyone. Welcome everybody in. If you'd like to say hello to me, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohio, or bogahay. Say any one of these things, and I'll say hi to you. Yeah, and we streamed over on YouTube today, so there's some new folks in the chat. I'm glad to have you here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Oh yeah, and these hellos are from an hour ago because I was live over on YouTube. What's up, Java Guy, the She-Boss, welcome in. What's up, Cesar, Mark Boots, and Mark, and Pablo, and Lakshman. It's been exactly 2... Oh, yeah! If you all remember, a while back, we used to do code review streams. Who remembers when Lakshman was on for a code review? Because so the first code review, I think they built like a tic-tac-toe or something like that, and they built it all on their phone. Like I believe there was some sort of editor app that they downloaded because they didn't have a computer at the time, so they typed it all out on their phone with their thumbs, and they built the game. And then I gave them some feedback, and then a few weeks later, I did another code review, and their code was like way improved. And I was like, we need to get Lakshman a keyboard. So I got them a USB keyboard that would work with their Android phone. So yeah, it's been 2 years. That's crazy. Glad to hear it, Lakshman. Lakshman might not be here because they were over on Twitch earlier. But yeah, good memories. Good memories. What's up, Botmain? And Murdoch, and the Dobbler, and Dummy Witty. Hello, Oscar, and Acid Spark, and Burnt Rice, and Silver Designs, and Watermelon, and Shark Turn Up, and Wolfie Tracer Bullet, and Rich Codes, and Drots. What's up, Shakalakin, and Veritatas, and Buke, and Just Applied, and Tank Shakur, and Tarafune, and the Coder Noob, and Demand, and Osterhold, and Origin. and Bear Sample, and Xyrus, and Asherton, and Oxdow, and Pocholito, and Vulturebike, and Sequel Gorchster, and Hello Irasum, and Veeb, and Poblib, and Fracky, and Zabath, and Arain, and Expalma, and Patch the Bulldog, and Codex, and Photo Owl, and Frozen Spray, and Muntahai, and Mortalbox, and Isosame. Awesome. First time catching me live as well. Welcome in, welcome in. What's up? No Existence, and Meat, and Kimla, and System, and from Georgia. That's awesome. Welcome in. Hello, Secret Bite. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Yeah. I try to go through those pretty quick because not everybody likes the hellos because I mean they're here for the content, but you know I like to welcome everybody. All right, let's talk. There's more people here. Let's talk about this. So I'm trying to think of like other ways to monetize the stream and such. And Bogahay SCMA, welcome in. Adriano with 300 bits said you got your first actual programming job. You wanted to thank me and my awesome community. Oh, congrats! Hearts in chat for Adriano. St. Adriano. Coding heart. Here. Oh, not that. That. Have all the hearts. But congrats. That's awesome. That's awesome. Good stuff. Okay. But yeah, I've been thinking of like other ways to monetize. And one thing I thought of was a ticketed live stream. This would be, you would specifically pay for the ticket. I don't know, $5, $10. I'd have to figure it out. So you would specifically pay for the ticket and then you would get to tune in. It would not be on some external platform with limited time access, meaning it wouldn't be on YouTube or Twitch. It'd be kind of like a one-time only thing. You'd have to be there to see it. And some of the things we might do on it would be drinking games. So I've had like 1 or 2 drinks on stream before, but I've never been really sauced up on stream. And so we might call it like Coding Garden After Dark or something like that. And then we could play like maybe some sort of like coding drinking games where like every time I get a syntax error or every time I get a runtime error, I have to take a drink or something like that. I'll just say like other substances, and I'll leave it at that. What else could we do? There will be curse words. Like, if you watch the Coding Garden, you know that I don't curse on stream. I mean, I don't curse that much in my normal life. Really only if I'm really frustrated. But I think once I get a bit inebriated, I'll be more likely to curse. They say those who curse have a higher IQ. I could believe it. I believe it. I mean, I still curse. I just don't curse that much on stream. Yeah, what are some other things we could do? I don't know. Like, really just anything goes. It would be interesting. I mean, I'd have to brainstorm all of this, but it would be interesting to get guests on the stream that are also like people from the community, but they're also like inebriated in some way as well. And I don't know, we do like, I don't know, drinking games with viewers. So like we could get a few people in a Zoom call or something like that. Yeah. Alka doesn't drink, but it still would be fun to get them on. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, it would be fun to turn that extension into a VS Code thing. The April Fool's one. You're down, Bobby Brown. Nice. Okay, that would be fun. It was not with you. I watched a coding night where you were drinking. Yeah, I that's what I said. On stream, I've had like 1 beer or 1 rum and cola, but I've never gotten like really drunk before on stream. I hardly ever get really drunk in real life. I mean, in my everyday life. And then the stream would probably be, I don't know, anywhere from 2 to 4 hours. Rum and cola, like spiced rum and cola. Ramen cola? Rum and cola, yeah. And we could come up with other fun things to do. Like, it also would be potentially, I mean, it would be harder for me to do if I were drunk myself, but we could do drunk dev Jeopardy, or like come up with other games to play with the community where, like, you have 3 contestants playing Jeopardy with developer related questions, and if you get something wrong, you have to take a drink, that kind of thing. Okay, that's the idea. We would sell specifically ticketed, specific price tickets to get in to watch it. Let's brainstorm some names. Like, I thought of Coding Garden After Dark. What were some other names that people had? Yeah, we could code some sort of app related to being drunk or something like that. Yeah. Once the eggnog comes out, I'll be able to do Fireball and eggnog. Ooh. Coding pardon, like pardon me instead of Coding Garden. The beer garden. Am I sure I want to do that? Of course. Well, I mean, here's the thing. At the end of the day, it's all about money, and also about like spending time with the community and people like willing to pay this. Because the thing is, like, yeah, that's just it. Anybody willing to pay $5 or $10 for this is probably already a member of the community and already like likes my content. So like this is for the community. It's not. Yeah, I don't know. Drink and code. I like this. Coding Garden Anonymous. Yeah. I don't know if it'll be monthly. I think that's the thing, is like I'll do it once, and if there was enough interest and people liked it enough, then we could probably do it again. Yeah. Wasted Garden. Drinks. Things with WebSockets. I think eventually I want to do something with WebSockets. I was looking into Socket.io alternatives this morning. Yeah. Okay, so this is the general idea. Obviously, it would need fleshing out. Obviously, if we were going to do something like Drunk Dev Jeopardy, I'd have to come up with questions and stuff. Like I've done Dev Jeopardy in person before at a programming conference. And I built the Jeopardy app live on stream. Yeah, so I built the app and I built these physical buttons live on stream, and then I did it in person at a coding conference. So I could use a similar app. I'd have to come up with new coding questions, and I'd probably also want it to be networked. So like the 3 contestants would all be on like a Zoom call, and they'd have a web page they could click to buzz in, that kind of thing. It would take some work to build it, but it would be fun to do. Okay, now for a poll. Of the 280 people that are here right now, who would buy a ticket to this? Would you buy a ticket to Coding Garden After Dark? Yes? No? Vote now. And obviously, like, the community is bigger than ever, and then the people that are here right now. I would also ask on Twitter and on YouTube. And what do you mean, BTBAP? Like, how would you pay for it? All of this I would still have to figure out. Like, there are certain platforms where you can do like a ticketed live stream, and they handle all the payment. I could build something myself. We definitely would want something that does PayPal, because that is like the most widely supported, I think. Depending on the day. Yeah, I think like I just answer like if this was happening at a time when you could tune in, would you? And then like later on I would have to find like a date or something like that. Yeah, I think that's the other issue, is like $10 in some other country is probably a lot of money. So like that's why, I mean, I might want to just keep it to 5. Yeah. No, it's just for me. It's just so I can make money. I've never really done a charity stream yet, because like, I mean, with Coding Garden, I've never made enough money to pay my own bills. That's why it always was a part-time thing. And still, like, I haven't like launched a course or anything like that. So yeah, I mean, it would be cool if I could charge you based on country. but I don't know if any platform supports that. Coding Garden After Dark, we just described it a little bit ago. Let me talk about it so that we could do a clip, and then I could share that on Twitter. Yeah, I mean, that's what I would like, Tenshi. Some sort of sliding scale, like, based on, like, the exchange rate. Like, for some of you, it might just be $1 to get in, based on where you are in the world. But I don't know of a platform that would support that. Yeah, and that's the other thing, like, I'd want to support PayPal, cryptocurrency. Like, of the 280 people here, 33 people answered yes. Like, that's perfectly fine. Like, we could just do a Zoom call, and then I could collect payment however I wanted. And we could all it'd just be us hanging out in a Zoom call. That'd be totally fine with me. Okay, but let me do like a quick thing that we can clip. So that I can ask other people about this. Yeah, I guess we could do like pay what you want or pay what you can. I'll say like minimum $1. Pay what you want or what you can. Something like that. Yeah. No, it's true. Yeah, that's why I say like 37. Oh no, let's say like half or a quarter actually show up. I mean, even then, it would still be good to do just for the community, because I've never really done any sort of like exclusive video chat or video call with only like with less than 100 people, you know? Yeah. How would you do a sliding scale though? I guess it would depend on the cool. All right, let me talk about it really quick. Hello. I'm contemplating doing a thing. Right now, the name, it doesn't have a name yet, but the initial name that I came up with was Coding After Dark. Someone mentioned Coding Pardon, like Pardon Me, or the Beer Garden, but the idea is I would do an exclusive ticketed live stream, so the cost to get in would be probably like $1, and then you could also pay what you want, so that way, depending on what country you're in, it's affordable. But we could do things like drinking games. I've never actually been like really drunk on stream, so this would be a place where I could do that. I could drink every time I get an error in my code or something like that. We also could do like Dev Jeopardy with viewers or people from the community that might be drunk themselves. And we'd come up with other fun stuff to do. It'd be anywhere from like 2 to 4 hours long. So really, this is just an idea that I have, and I'm curious if you would be interested in attending and buying a ticket to that. And again, this idea needs fleshing out, and eventually when I do it, I would have an agenda of all the things we're going to do. But ultimately, it would just be a chance for me to get drunk, hang out with the community, and then it also would be exclusive. So this wouldn't be ever available on Twitch or YouTube. It'd be a one-time thing, and then you wouldn't be able to see it again. You'd have to be there to see it. That's the kind of thing. So let me know, are you interested in that kind of thing? Would you buy a ticket? Would you attend? Cool. All right. Error, drink. More errors, drink more. Yeah, and I get that, Pablo. It's like different. I feel like in general I should do this as well. Not just for like a fun late night thing, but I kind of want to do a ticketed live stream for like a course, like almost like if you were to go in person for like an hour or 2 hour long course, and sell tickets to that. I just don't know what I would do yet. But, yeah. Cool. Thank you all for taking that poll. I think Wasted Garden. All right, so thanks for humoring me on that. Thanks for your input. The Swifty Garden. Yeah, some sort of like, yeah, it would be like, we could also do competitive coding. So like, I mean, really just coding game. So, yeah. Yeah, TypeScript error, drink a beer. Syntax error, drink... That's fun. Okay. Thank you all for your input and ideas. Let's write some code. So, and before we write code, I'll mention how all of my chat stuff works. So we've got some viewers tuning in for the first time because we did a YouTube live stream today. And you can customize your name in my overlay here. So you can see that Demond has the US flag and the Python logo. So you too can set your country flag and then pick a logo to put next to your name. And Murdoch
towards the inebriated fund.
Thank you for the tip, Murdoch. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Okay. But yeah, so if you want to set your country flag, you can do !flag followed by your 2-character country code. We don't talk about statuses, Oscar. And then after you set that, all of your messages will have the country code on it. And so make sure you use the 2-character country code. So like Canada is probably CA. Don't know. What's up, Ziad? Welcome in. And then if you want to set your team, you can choose from the Font Awesome brand cheat sheet or from Simple Icons. So this page on Simple Icons has all of the slugs. The slug is what you would need to set your name. But if you look at the Simple Icons website, you can search through and find an icon that you want to use. I'm going to set mine to Adblock Plus. So if we look on the slugs page, let's find the slug for Adblock. It's literally just, no, not Adblock Plus. Do they have uBlock? They do. They have uBlock Origin. That's what I want. That's the real winner here. uBlock. Yeah. Okay. So on this page, I can find the slug, and then in the chat, if I do !team followed by the slug, now all of my messages will have that icon next to them. I can also set the team color. So if you do !team color, and then do a hex code, so like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then you can specifically change the color. But you can also clear it like that, and it'll go to the default color. Oh, I see. My team color was green, and then the default color is red. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Like you can rep your favorite language or framework. So Apu Contilde has the TypeScript logo. Okay, good to know, Vidith. So we're going to do the update first, and maybe that fixes the bug. I thought it was an issue with Chrome detecting the focus in event, but maybe it was more of just a general framework issue. So that's good to know. We're going to do that update first. The other thing you can do is set your pronouns. So you can say distant sense has their pronouns set to they, them, theirs. My preferred pronouns are he, him, his. Who else? Not many people have it. So yeah, in the chat, you can set it. So the pronouns to choose from are she, he, they, co, none, they, hi, it, one, em, or yo. So pick one of these. And then in the chat, you can do !pronoun followed by one of those. So for me, pronoun he, and then all of my messages have my preferred pronouns on there. So that's another thing too. Yeah, chat is pretty fast, isn't she? But repping JavaScript from Canada. That's nice. Yeah, I'm coding in TypeScript. I've only written some basic apps with Flutter. It seems pretty cool. I've done a lot of web dev stuff in my career, in my life. So I know JavaScript really well. I know TypeScript decently. So that makes sense for me. Flutter, you have to learn Dart, which is fine, but there's a bit of a learning curve there. Hey, you, Codex. Something streaming. Oh, interesting. I had no idea, Viedith. Okay, that's good to know. I'm glad we're updating because hopefully that fixes the issue. All right, let's get into it. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to have you. Let's write some code. So on the to-do list, the first thing is to update Fresh. We're starting right now, Bajosi. You're just in time. Fresh released version 1.1. I gotta find the blog post again. They just updated to version 1.1, and we are gonna update. So we can run this command, and it will update our version, but also it does a thing called codemod, which is really cool. Codemods, it is like a general term. You can see some GitHub libraries show up, but basically it allows you to say, if I find code that looks like this, change it to look like this, which is really cool when you're doing an upgrade, especially like if things change a little bit. So their update has a built-in code mod. So let's see what's going to happen. We can also read their docs on how to update. So updating dependencies. Run the fresh updater to update your project dependencies. So we're going to run this auto updater. And then I think it'll ask me if I want to use code mods, but let's see. Welcome in, say Gabor. Thanks for the great content. I'm a newbie, but you give me such a big confidence in learning to code. Glad to see your quality streams, YouTube videos, and keeping up the good work. My goal is to become such a good programmer like you one day. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Thanks for dropping in. Appreciate you. Cool. To do, move your custom colors to the config. A good call. Good call. I mean, that's actually an entire another conversation, is like colors, theme, twin setup. Like, there's a lot we actually need to do there. Yeah, Fresh uses Preact under the hood. But here we go. We're going to run this command. This project is using the classic JSX print transform. Would you like to update to the automatic transform? This will remove from your source code. Please do. This project is using an old version of the Tailwind integration. Would you like to update to the new Tailwind plugin? This will remove... Oh, it does it for us! That's going to update... So that was another cool update. Like, if you've watched me coding with this, I've been really struggling with Tailwind and the fact that you need to use, like, this template string thing. But the new version makes it so that you don't have to do that. So yes, please update my code. The manifest has been generated for 6 routes and 2 islands. Let's see how much code changed. So there are 13 files that changed with this code mod. That's awesome. So they updated my Deno.json. They updated that. They updated my import map, which is cool. There's a lot of code changes. Let's see if the app starts up. If I just do Deno task start. Let's see. Oh, no. We'll probably have to... Oh, yeah. Okay, so they updated to the new twinned thing. But I do believe wherever we import it, we have to get rid of that import. Mod.ts. Or in the, I believe it's in our dependencies.ts. I'm going to get rid of that. Twinned/sheets. Let's see where we did that. Let's see error that references twinned. Basically, we added it to the dependencies before, but now it's going to need to just be in the import map. Yeah, so I got rid of it in dependencies, but then we just need to make sure that it's actually listed in dependencies map, which is not anymore, but we'll just re-add that in. So if we see the update, we need to add these 2 things to our import map. Nice. It says it's working. The app loads, no errors. We can still log in. And the database isn't running, so that's good. But we'll start the database. I mean, it seems like it worked. We might have to update some things as we go, but that is slick. The fact that I could just run update, it changed a bunch of stuff in my code. Let's see. Let's make sure all of my twinned imports are all good. Ooh, there's multiple here? No, that's it. Suspiciously, it works. It looked like it updated all of my other dependencies too. So maybe we don't even need the dependencies.ts like we were doing before. But look at this. Okay, so moment of truth though is right here. Yeah, and look, I have the Tailwind plugin, so I get autocomplete, and then I think I just need the Tailwind extension, not the Twinds one. Tailwind IntelliSense. Twind IntelliSense. I have both of those, and then I still have a Twind config. But you know what? I don't think Twind is going to support this. This config. They updated my config, and Twind needed the config to be in a very specific format, so that probably broke the extension. Let's see. Yeah, so as I start typing, we get Tailwind autocomplete, but then if I start typing in here, we don't. Control period, command space, control space. There we go. Yeah, so I do have to do control space, and then I can start typing. Or if I type like send control space. Yeah, that works. That works. Totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah, so I probably don't need... Oh, it says it does that? Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Let's commit it. Let's commit it. Again, if we come across other things, we'll try to fix them as we go. But we're just gonna say, sparkles. Is there a dinosaur emote? There is. Update to 1.1. Look at user avatar button. Now, let's take a look. See how they changed it, if they did, anyways. Oh, it was an old error. Yeah, were you saying because it was red? I had to move Twind to my import map. Cool. Let's push this up. Actually, I am gonna go take a look at the diff on GitHub. Because I think it updated my other dependencies too. No, it didn't touch these other dependencies. Yeah, that was the. I mean, that's the cleanest update I've ever seen. So that's awesome. Okay, let me start up my database. In here. Cool. And then start up the Deno app. We'll test the login, and then I'll also test the login in Chrome, so we can test the drop-down button. Authorize, good to go. We've got the nice drop-down, awesome. And this morning I installed Chromium, so that we can test in Chrome. So, well, I adjusted Docker to use less resources, so in my Docker preferences, I went into resources and only gave it 2 CPUs and 4 gigs of RAM. That should be enough for running a database. So the fans aren't as loud. Let's see. Huh! We didn't have to fix a bug! Literally updating fixed a bug. That's awesome. Amazing. Amazing. That's so sick. That's work we don't have to do. That's awesome. Okay. This is a great way to start the stream because there's been a lot of other starts to the stream where we just get bogged down in changes and bogged down in like trying to get stuff worked. Yeah, somebody else fixed our bug. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. And then yeah, so this is all a demonstration of like what a fine ecosystem we're living in. So because I pushed up to GitHub, that has the latest changes. Fresh Spots is now automatically deployed with the latest changes. So if I actually visit this in Chrome, then the deployed version should be fixed as well because I already pushed up those changes. Like, oh no, it's not fixed. Oh, give it a second. It's loading. There we go. It took a second to load. But yeah, it's fixed. It's fixed on the deployed site too. What a time to be alive. Everything just works. Okay. We're not going to finish creating dependencies.txt. What I want is I want to change what the user sees after logging in. So right now, they still see the landing page, but I want to change it so that they actually see a map whenever they've logged in. So let's work on that. And then after that, I think we'll get working on creating a list of spots. But yeah, and if you're just coming in, Fresh is it really is more of a back-end framework. So it does server-side rendering, and it does it really fast, and it does it on the edge. And then it also has the idea of islands, which is similar to what they have in Astro, where if you need JavaScript, you can make that an island. So specifically for my app, everything is server rendered. Like if you look what gets generated, or what gets rendered to the browser, it's literally HTML elements. So like if you look for my username there, it gets rendered as a div. But when the page loads, JavaScript kicks in, and this is an island, then we get JavaScript functionality. So this is actually like on an event listener in focus or focus in, show the dropdown. So this is an example of an island, whereas everything else is server-side rendered. Yeah, I'll add that to the to-do as well. And that's on the avatar image. To-do, fix padding on image. Yeah, I saw when I logged in with the Coding Garden account, that had some different stuff. Make it so that clicking on the avatar after opening it, that's a good call too. I'll make it to-do. To-do, click button to close, which is different than focus out. Yeah. We could do the CSS checkbox hack, but this is fine. It was a fun example of like actually using signals. And then yeah, Oscar is saying check the signals example over here. Use signals to communicate across islands. Show island boundaries. Or like, so each one of these is a different island, and it's modifying a signal that all of the others can use. That's sick. Yeah, so look at like, it's basically like a nice little global store. It's just built in. So you create this here, and then import it anywhere else and use it. That's awesome. So cool. We'll definitely use it. We could use that for like, here's an example of exactly where we need to use that. So right now we are prop drilling. So like if you look at the rendered page, and really, yeah, it's the layout. So it's a better context API. So right now the layout gets access to the user here. And then we drill that down into layout, which are in our components. And then layout uses navbar, so it passes user down to navbar. And then navbar uses the avatar component, and it needs to pass the user down there. And then finally, inside of the navbar component, which is an island, we get access to that data. But with signals, we could define it once at the top and then just use it directly inside of our user avatar component. So we don't have to do the prop drilling thing. Yeah. All right. Let's make a to-do for that, but then we're gonna work on the homepage. But we will make a to-do to use. Why is this complaining? Null is not assignable to type. Oh, that might be a Well, no, like we are returning null, but I need to change the type for props with user. It needs to say that it is null. That or null. That should fix it. Okay, but we are going to do a little to-do right here. To-do. Put it in signals and import it. Oof, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be so good. Okay, to-do. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, use a signal. I can't believe my my short-term memory was so bad. We added a bunch of to-dos, but regardless, the first thing we're going to work on is right now I am logged in, so I want to see a map. Let's make that work. Should be pretty easy because we already have this fresh map, which we worked on a while back, and we should just be able to load it on the page if user is defined. So right now, we have this whole layout here that has like the Deno image and everything else, but we only want to render that if we're not logged in. So I'm actually going to extract this out into a component. So I'll say like if data or user is not defined, then, well, we could do it the opposite way. So if data is defined, then we want a map. Otherwise, we want a landing page, and I'll create a landing page component. So that's broken right now. I'm going to need a component called landing. I won't call it landing page. It'll just be landing. And then export default function landing, which just returns that. Not that, not Prism. What are you doing? Deno format document? Format document with Deno. All right, we've got an error. Oh, we need a fragment. There we go. So that looks good. And then over here, we'll bring in landing. Add import. Add import. Let's see what we called the fresh fresh map. We called it fresh map, but apparently the auto import can't find it in islands for some reason. But we'll just manually import it. So we want fresh map from islands. It doesn't load. Let's see what happens here. So I think I might need to put it inside of a container that has, yeah, so we have our main. And then, oh, that's an issue. So it's possible that the update broke the map. Because right now this is undefined. Oof, we're gonna have to fix the map. So the home page is working as intended. So the home page, like you can check it out. If I log out, then we see the landing, which is great. But then if I log in, the map isn't loading. So we need to fix the map. Yeah, right now it's blank. We want to see a map. So let's see how we're doing this. Let's do some debugging. It was some work to get the map actually going. We just added the map, but it's broken for some reason. Where's the error? Okay, class does not exist on this type. It does though. We can see that it's the component itself is undefined. So yeah, so map is literally undefined, which means that this dynamic browser import is not working. And so, I mean, technically I should only render this if map is defined, because this is like the issue with getting this working is we actually only want to load it on the client side. So like this entire library should not be loaded on the server because it all has to do with like client side stuff. It's like a map library, Preact. Yeah, I think that's what it was doing last time. Like last time it was re-rendering once it was resolved, but now we can see that it's not even resolving. Yeah, like it never resolves. So let's see what the issue is. Uncaught type error. Can't access next sibling of replace node. Yeah. And thank you, Max Franklin, who said, great shirt. Appreciate that. So that was what was happening. I mean, let's go to without doing the and. Cool. The update broke the map. So I don't really know how to debug this. Like, so if we're in the browser, this should have loaded, and we can just right here we can say loaded Preact leaflet. Let's see if we actually got the map and the tile layer. Yeah, we got it. So I definitely want some sort of conditional rendering, like if map is not defined, then we want like a little H1 that says loading. But then if map is defined, then we'll try to render it out. And this might just be the issue is with this latest version of Fresh, like when it tries to render, it's doing something that we weren't expecting before. Yeah, and then this just never loads or never completes. We can look at let's look at the network tab to see, because we actually should see the request to load Preact leaflet here. No. Yeah, it is configured as an island. Like, so the issue was specifically this library, Preact leaflet TS. If you try to import it inside of Deno, it tries to access the document object, which it can't because it's meant to only be run on the front end, which is why we had to say, like, only actually import it if we're in the browser. Just log here, loaded leaflet. Are we sure is browser is true? Don't know. I don't think that changed in the latest version. But yeah, you can see I'm importing it directly from the runtime. Maybe that changed in the latest version. I'll have to look into that. Okay, is browsing true? Loading. Loaded leaflet. The error didn't get called, but the thing didn't render down below. So we implemented Discord login just using the Oauth 2 flow. I found a library specifically written for Deno that does Oauth, but then I wrapped it to do the Discord specific things. So yeah, I made a library called Deno Grant. But yeah, we should get the Preact DevTools. We're using Preact leaflet TypeScript, which is a totally different thing. Yeah. Jokes are hard to come through in Twitch chat. Sometimes, I mean, I think especially here, like I treat everything seriously because I know English isn't the first language for everyone, so I don't know if they're joking or not. But yeah. Okay. Yeah, the alternative for Passport is called Grant. And that's basic. I created my own version of that works similarly inside of Deno. But check that out. If you're doing Oauth, that's way easier to use, and they support all of these various Oauth providers versus using Passport. And thank you, Tora Food, and welcome in, Crypod. All right, we have the dev tools. How do we use them? It's really weird to me because look, it's loading both of these. Like, both not map and map are true at the same time. How is that even a thing? This is better though. Like, it actually loaded the div. I think it does need a container that has class width full. Let's just wrap it in a div really quick. That works. So it needed a wrapper. However, how can both of these be true at the same time? Am I crazy? Like, look at that. Yeah, I think like an if-else... Well, that's the thing. An if-else broke earlier. One's getting rendered on the server and the other one's on the client. Sure, but it should be smart enough to kick in and not render this on the client, right? Right? Am I crazy? Also, do we still need that class on there? Yeah, we do. We need it on both. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. All right, I mean, if that's the case, I can just get rid of that. And then I can also get rid of this try-catch. Like, this technically, it all should work. Or not. The moment I get rid of that try-catch, it starts breaking. All right, let's do it without the loading variable. With the loading variable. That is so weird. Tell me that's not weird, right? Literally removing this element breaks it. This has to be like a fresh thing. I mean, really what we probably want is to use the isBrowser variable. Yeah, Veep, that's exactly what I'm thinking. So if map is defined and isBrowser. Oh, I guess that's the other issue is, well, maybe not. Okay, but let's see. Nope. It just needs a sibling element before the map. Oh, good call. Can't access property next sibling. Good call. Yeah, so maybe if I just move the wrapper outside and load the map inside. That's the issue, because it was a fragment. That's on me. That's my that's my problem. Yeah, that's the fix. That's exactly the fix. It couldn't access that. Yeah, so now it's div, then all of that, I think. Let's see. Yeah, that's the winner. Okay. We got there. It was a little weird to get there, and I feel like there could have been a better error message, but that was the issue. When it was an undefined component with no siblings, Fresh didn't know what to do with it. Okay. Now we can get rid of this. Welcome in D3 Web. Glad to have you. And then I don't. Yeah, that happens all like that. That is what it's like to be a developer in FG Codex. So I actually want this to be 100%. Does anyone know the Tailwind class that's equivalent, or is full the same thing as 100%? I want it to be 100% of the parent, because right now you can see that it's getting cut off. But let's look. So with full is with 100%. And Stanislaw, thank you very much for the sub. Okay. Oh, good call. Yeah, I could have just hovered. Thank you, Jolteon. Cool. So, but the thing is, do I want it? And yeah, I think that's the other issue is like when it loads on the home page or like the layout actually has the container class, I think. With the height of 90%. So this is padding on the left and the right. I'm going to move this to the landing. So now the padding shouldn't be on the map. Great, so that fixes left to right. But then top to bottom, I think just has to do with that 90% value. I am also going to move this. I'm going to move this one to the map. And so now on the map, instead of height full, this needs... This needs something like a fixed height based on the height of the nav bar. And apparently we do, so we need to define it on main because main is the parent of div. But really, like if I do like 89, we'll probably get closer. Div, nav, main. Oh, we got rid of the height on there. That needs to go back. So yeah, like here's what I can do. I can adjust the height until it's like just perfectly in line, like that. So 88%. Is that really what I want though? Is that going to work in all browsers? Seems fine. It's not fine. It's not fine because then when I resize the height, it does that. Okay, yeah. So Pablo, you have a proposal? Oh, you did the CSS for this already. Fresh spots. That's a good call, Mark Boots. I also could do flex. I think if I did, I could flex main so that it fills, whereas the nav bar just has its said height, right? So if you look at nav bar, it does not have a specific height. We could make everything a flex box, and then this should be like flex 1. That would probably do it. Right? Flex column. And then, yeah, this should be flex grow. Quick stretch. Let's make sure I did that right. So Flex column. Oh, and then this whole thing needs height full. Or height, I guess it has height screen. Let's see what that gives us though. 100 view height. Yeah, so that has a fixed, yeah, so the parent container has a height and width of 100, 100. And then nav takes up however much space it is. And then main is not growing. Flex grow 1? Is that what I want? Flex column. Oh, I have to do flex column. I have to put both of them on here. And I would have known that if I just hovered over it, because that's just flex direction column. I also need flex. The parent was not a flex box. That's it. Okay, that's the winner. That's the winner. Yes. We can flex box. Look at us. Yeah, and yeah, Codex had it. So I had flex column. I just assumed, oh yeah, display flex column. But no, that is literally just flex direction column, and then flex is display flex. So that makes sense. All right, that's the way to go. And this should work on all screen sizes. So like you could load it on a phone. I mean, within reason, because once you start loading it on a phone, you can see that the logo and that might clash. Cool. Tailwind versus Bootstrap. It's not a comparison. So Tailwind is a utility library. There is one small piece of Bootstrap that's comparable to Tailwind. If you look at Bootstrap, I think it's getbootstrap.com. So if you look at Bootstrap, look in their docs, they specifically have like utilities, these. So they have like a display flex class and a padding class. Yeah, so they have spacing utilities and flexbox utilities. This one section of Bootstrap is similar to what you might get with Tailwind. That's when the similarities break down, because if you look at Bootstrap, it also provides a class called BTN, and that literally gives you a button that looks like this. Whereas if you wanted to do that with Tailwind, you'd need to define all the CSS properties. So you'd need like border radius, background color, hover state, all of the things that define the CSS for this button. You would need that in Tailwind. So Tailwind is a bunch of utilities. Bootstrap has utilities, but it also has like predefined things that you can use. If you want something that uses Tailwind that's more similar to Bootstrap, there's Flowbyte, which is what we've been copy pasting from. We probably should set it up properly. Let me put that in my to-do list, is like actually use Flowbyte. Because if you look at Flowbyte and you look in their docs, let's say you want a button, they show you exactly how to do that with Tailwind. So, for example, this blue button right here requires all of these Tailwind classes to get a button to look like that. Whereas if you compare that to Bootstrap, it's just this, and that comes at a cost, right? So like with this, very customizable. I just remove one of those classes, and I can start to customize the way this button looks. With Bootstrap, if I want to customize it, I need to pull down Sass, the Sass source code for Bootstrap. I can then modify the variables. I can also then like override classes and stuff like that. So it's a different process. It's a different process. Yeah, and so there are some other ones. People have recommended Daisy UI. So it uses Tailwind under the hood, and then you get components like button. But if we install Daisy UI, we're going to get these. I believe these are called like what do you call these when you apply a bunch of other classes to get that class? Because like under the composition, is that what it's called in Tailwind? Because under the hood, BTN actually maps to a bunch of classes that would look like this. And so the way Daisy UI has defined it is they basically defined BTN, but then they point it to a bunch of Tailwind classes. It's a compound class. Yeah, there's that CSS at apply keyword, which basically lets you take multiple CSS classes and turn it into a single CSS class. I mean, that uses variables. It's a bit more confusing. using variables, but imagine this wasn't a variable. Imagine this was actually like a CSS class. You could create another class that is a combination of multiple classes. And that's basically what something like Daisy UI is doing. And I think if we install Flowbyte, we should get that somehow, maybe? This lets you define your own colors and theme. Or am I supposed to just copy paste from Flowbyte like I've been doing? Using Flowbyte. Flowbyte is technically a plugin that can be included in any existing Tailwind project. To get started, add it. What's up, Limotes? Welcome in. Install it, add it to the plugins, require the JavaScript, and then import it. Preact? I don't know. So for all the Tailwind experts in the chat, or people that have a lot of experience with Tailwind, does it make sense for me to just be copy pasting these lists of classes from Flowbyte? Or am I going to get something if I install their plugin? Because right now I'm not using any of the plugins that require JavaScript. So like specifically the dropdown, we implemented our own JavaScript for that. We had like the click event and we're handling all of that. I guess technically if I added their plugin, I would probably get that. Cool. So yeah, I'm just going to keep copy pasting. But yeah, so, and Mr. Cat is saying, are these maintainable in a large code base? I would direct you straight to the Tailwind docs because they talk about what happens in a large code base. And honestly, let's see if we can find, it's like one of the first things in the core concepts. Yeah. It's so funny to me because it's like, this is the first page in their core concepts that tell you like what Tailwind is. And it immediately, so as someone that doesn't really like this way of doing things, it immediately is like, oh, that's horrible. I don't want to do this. And then they have a bunch of arguments for why this is better, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. But it's really like, do you want to write your components like this with like named classes? But oh no, you have a separate style tag where all of those classes are defined separately. I mean, I would argue that if you're using Sass, this would be a little bit cleaner because you don't have to have the repetition of the name. You can actually just have nested classes and all gets defined in there. And that's how I'm used to coding stuff. But they're like, wait, if you use Tailwind, then your component will look like this. And I'm immediately like, I'm done. No, I don't like Tailwind. But regardless, to your question, the way it becomes maintainable is that you don't have this technically sprinkled everywhere. You have these class names sprinkled on specific components. So, for example, if you look in our avatar button component, technically we should extract this into a we should extract it into our own component called like fresh button. And then anywhere we need fresh button, we use it so we don't have to list out all of these Tailwind classes. That's one of their main arguments is like, hey, you're actually using a component library anyways, so you really only would repeat it one time and then you use that component throughout your code base. Which is fine. I still like CSS and Sass way better. One thing that Tailwind does give you is some like nice defaults because it has a design system where if you do like P-6, that's not necessarily 6 rims of padding. Like 6 corresponds to some specific unit that is reused throughout your code base. So that's a nice thing. I also thought it was really funny in their getting started, they talk about what to do. Where do I find this? So what to do if because if you're like repeating something and it has like repeated thing. Let me find it. Yeah, and like, so with these utility classes, there's a whole set of tooling that goes along with it, right? Like, you wouldn't want to just ship this code as is. There's a build process that will look through all of your usages of Tailwind, and if it does see the same class names repeated over and over again, it will create a class that is the combination of those classes and use that throughout your code base, like automatically. There's a build tool that does that, so you don't have to do that manually. Yeah, this is the thing that I thought was hilarious in their documentation. They're like, okay, so let's say that you have an avatar and you have multiple avatars. Well, now you do have code duplication, right? Because now you have the class repeated multiple times. And then they're like, well, you have an editor, right? If you want to edit it, just use Command D to edit multiple places at once. That's an easy fix, right? This was hilarious to me that this is a solution. But also they're like, oh, hey, well, you're probably using a component library anyways, so you wouldn't actually repeat it. You would have it once, and then you'd have some kind of iterator. So if you're in React, you'd have a map. Vue, you'd have a v4. Whatever. If server-side rendered, you have a each element or whatever. Actually, I think this is a Svelte example. So you technically, in the real world, if you're using this with a component library, you wouldn't be repeating yourself like that. But I think it's just hilarious to me that they offer this up as a valid solution, multi-cursor editing. I don't know. Tailwind isn't for me, but we're going to use it. I would say what I do, here's the things that I do like about Tailwind. Having access to Flexbox classes so easily makes a lot of sense, because it's pretty often, like especially when you're dealing with layouts, that the classes that you're writing are just like display flex or justify content center, and you're creating a custom class just to do that. So there are things in Tailwind that make sense in terms of utilities like this, but I still have not been convinced that this is better than just creating a CSS class. And that's just me. That's my workflow. That's how I like working. I like working with Sass. It's not that cumbersome for me to have a separate style file for every component. Like that makes sense to me. But I know the people that like Tailwind will use it. They love it. They're pretty die-hard about it. I'm surprised I haven't seen anyone in the chat arguing against what I'm saying, but regardless. No, I don't prefer Tailwind. No, I don't. But whenever you're generating a fresh app, so the first time we created our fresh app using this, it said, do you want to use Tailwind? So I was like, yeah, sure. And so, I mean, this is my first time using it and learning it, but yeah, that's a thing. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right, Oscar. So when we did the upgrade to the latest fresh, it replaced TW. Yeah, so this is the only place we use it, so this should be fine. I'll just do it manually. Yeah, it's possible to not generate an app with Deno. It's possible to generate a fresh app without Tailwind. I just thought, like, when I was first generating it, I was like, sure, today's the day. Today is the day where I actually tried Tailwind. So, I mean, technically, we could have picked any other styling solution. But one of the things we're going to need to do is... oh, no, that makes sense. Like, this is a ternary, so it actually does have to be... Well, but we don't need the TW on there. Cool. But yeah, I was just like, yeah, why not? Let's try it. And, like, specifically, like, every app I've built professionally uses a component library, whether that's Bootstrap or, like, I mean, Material UI, not Material IO, Material MUI. I use this extensively at my last job as a consultant. Like, every app we built had Material UI components as a base, and then if the designer, well, most apps had a designer, so they would design a custom design language for the specific project we were working on in the specific company. And then we would just use Material UI as a base and then modify it to make it look more like the components that the designer had designed. but we had a base, right? So like we started with a button that looked like a button. And from there, we just made a few modifications to make it closer to what the designer had asked for. Whereas that's one way of building apps and building UIs. The other way is to just do it all from scratch, in that you're handed a design by a designer, and then you use all the things you know about CSS to recreate that design from scratch. But that's just another way to go about it. I would say if I were to use Tailwind, I would use something like Flowbyte or Daisy UI, and then Tailwind Components is like a paid version of Tailwind. Like this is how they're monetizing their open source project. They give you access to things like buttons and such, but it does cost money to get access to that. Yeah, and then for Vue, there's similar component libraries. So there's Vuetify. But again, that is if you are using material design. Not everybody wants material design. I've used Bulma pretty extensively as well, but Bulma's a nice one. It looks a bit nicer than Bootstrap, but they have pre-built components, elements, button. So Bulma looks pretty nice. Yeah, so last night I started spinning up a Nuxt version 3 app. I was trying to find a component library. And I think I'm actually just going to use Bootstrap. Like, I don't care that my app looks like Bootstrap. This isn't like a fancy app, the app that I'm working on. I was like, yeah, I'm just going to use Bootstrap CSS. Yeah, Prime View is like I tried it once in like a small app. This is a potential option because they have, it works with Vue 3. Yeah, like that's the other thing, Codex. Bootstrap 5 uses modern CSS variables extensively. So it's at a point to where you don't even need the Sass code to modify it. Like if you look at, really I can show you like Bootswatch. So Bootswatch are themed versions of Bootstrap. And so for example, if you look at Darkly and we look at the CSS code, we can see all of the variables defined by Bootstrap. Look at this. So they have colors, and you can override all of these with plain CSS. You don't need Sass. They have the default font, sizing, all of this stuff. So you could pull in Bootstrap, define, override these variables, and now you have your own custom version of Bootstrap without a build tool or anything like that. Now, you could argue that, hey, that's a whole lot of CSS you're shipping. If you really care about bundle size and stuff like that, you can pull it from source and then build like a custom version of Bootstrap, but it is pretty cool what you can do with just the built-in CSS variables. Why not? Why not Windows 95 CSS? Because it's not a meme. I'm building an app that's going to be somewhat useful. I don't know. Yeah, Quasar is pretty cool. Does Quasar support Vue 3 yet? Or is it in beta 2? Because if it supports Vue 3... Yeah, it does. That's crazy. Like, the fact that it's taken Vuetify so long is, like, I think in the long run is going to, like, kind of damage their reputation as, like, the best Vue component library. Because Vuetify 3 is still in beta. In beta. Who did I just insult? What do you mean, Oscar? Please clarify. Oh, the fact that I don't want my app to look like Windows 95. No, I mean, you can't tell me that this was not a meme when they created this. You cannot. There's no way they were serious. Oh, this is Bootstrap 4? Okay, that's pretty cool. The fact that it's just a WinForms version of Bootstrap. Yeah. Open props. What is it? Also, don't be afraid to follow, Jolteon. You've been hanging out, but you haven't followed yet. Don't be afraid. Yeah, we were just talking about because we were doing Tailwind stuff. We started getting down that path. So yeah, Prime View looks pretty cool. I think they have like a paid version. Supercharged CSS variables. This is sick. Okay, so this is awesome because I was trying to think of, yeah, I had this exact idea. So like I went down the path of like really learning like what is Tailwind? Like really what is it? And also thinking about the fact that Like I like these little flex class, these little utility classes. Those make a lot of sense. And the idea that Tailwind has a base design system that everything is based on, it all makes a whole lot of sense, but I don't want to sprinkle class names all over my code everywhere. And I was like, what if you could use CSS variables in a similar style? So like you have a base set of variables that use the same design system from Tailwind UI, but then you don't have like classes sprinkled everywhere. You're actually using those variables. And this is it. You found it, Jolteon. Or you told me about it. I think this has a bigger and better future than something like Tailwind. I'd have to look into it more, but this is exactly it. Like you add it, then you get all these variables, and like this is similar to Tailwind, where you would have a specific class that's like radius or r-2. But this is awesome. Oh, he was on Learn with Jason too. Amazing. I love it. Bookmark. Star on GitHub. Like, I'm going to look into this. Yeah. Star. Cool. Thank you for that suggestion. Yeah, that's the plan, Veeb. So I still have to edit the React one that I did, but I'm going to do a Vue.js version of it as well. Yeah. Yeah, true. I mean, hot dog really is a meme. Is there a CSS framework that does it? Hot dog. Hot dog demo site. Pure CSS hot dog. That's not what I want. So if you're not familiar, there was a Windows theme that was like red and yellow hot dog stand. Yeah. Cool. All right, we got off track. What were we even working on? We got the UI working. I mean, technically, we got a map on the page, so that's good. Yeah, and so that's a Tailwind thing, Oxdale. So essentially, so let's find where I'm. Yeah, so right here, I am using a plugin called Tailwind. So this works on top of Tailwind to automatically generate a style tag that only has the Tailwind classes that I used. So throughout my code base, I have all these Tailwind classes everywhere. Tailwind is hooked up behind the scenes so that when this thing actually runs and renders, it only includes the Tailwind classes that I need. And when it comes across something like this, it dynamically generates a class that will set the background color to that. So that's not native CSS. This is actually a Tailwind thing. But when Tailwind sees that, it knows that it needs to generate a Tailwind class that has that background color. Some people also have been arguing that, like, if you use Tailwind and you do this everywhere, now it's even more of a maintenance nightmare because you have these little variables sprinkled everywhere. Whereas if you were actually using CSS variables and CSS classes, like, it would be a bit more consistent. Yeah. I don't know what, I don't know, Yamu. Maybe it probably is. When I generated this fresh app, it gave me Tailwind. So I was like, yeah, I probably need Tailwind. And I think it's because it's kind of like doing everything on the fly. I don't know if we could have just used Tailwind. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's true. Yeah, if you would have been here for the 7-hour stream. Yeah. If you're already thinking in terms of components, it's not hard to make the CSS and base utilities yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's I think that is. I think that's the crux of the issue, right? I think, yes, if you don't already have a good developer workflow in terms of like using like styled components or using CSS modules or even like using Sass, if you don't already have a good workflow for that, or you've used it before and the workflow just wasn't good, and you come across Tailwind and you're like, yes, this is it. It doesn't get in my way. It lets me do what I want. I think that's short-term gains for long-term maintainability issues. And I mean, like, that's just my opinion. That's how I see it. But there are a lot of production apps out there that are using Tailwind and larger code bases that are using Tailwind. So you can probably do it right. You can do it in a way that isn't a maintainability nightmare. But I think for devs that already didn't have a good workflow the other way, and now they just jump into this, that will be a maintainability nightmare in the future. So yeah. Was there a question I missed? Yeah. Oh well. Let's move. Let's keep moving. Okay, this is hot dog stand. Let's look at it. Yeah. So this was a theme you could enable on Windows. There's actually a VS Code theme that does it too. Yeah, we're gonna write code. Here we go. I think I type at about 60 to 70 words per minute. No, I think that's exactly the point. Like, you can't use Tailwind without knowing how CSS works. But I think for a lot of developers, they just don't have or didn't have a flow that worked well for them. And being able to just, like, after you've figured out what all of these Tailwind classes are and you already have them, like, memorized and you also have the tooling autocomplete, for them, it increases their development workflow. I think initially. I think eventually you have a code base that is much harder to maintain and like styles that are potentially harder to reuse. But I mean, I haven't worked on Tailwind in a big project, so I don't really know. So do you think open props would be more maintainable? So the thing about open props that is, like, you still use CSS. You still would use CSS, but it gives you a better baseline to reuse those variables where you need them. Yeah. Okay, so Twinned is a runtime tool. Tailwind is build time. Fresh doesn't have a build step, so it uses Twin. Good call, Jolteon. So, and that's why we need it. So basically, every time we render the page, Twinned kicks in and like injects these styles into the page. Like if we look at the head, there's very likely a style tag. And that style tag, yeah, so you can see it's Fresh Twinned. That style tag only has the classes that we need. Apparently it's a lot, but that style tag only has the classes that we need, and that got injected at render time. So, yeah. I don't know if there is a seedling leaderboard. Yeah. Yeah. I lost about 15 viewers during that rant, so apparently I offended some Tailwind people. Maybe. I don't know. Let's think about what we're going to do next. So we have show a map on the homepage. We got that. I mean, that's kind of has to do with this private or logged in homepage. We probably should just work on creating a spot list. So at this point, I'm logged in. I want a little button that says create a list. I think that's what we want. And at some point, we should set up colors and theming and all of that good stuff. But we'll do that as we go working on this next thing. So, but take a quick oh, did we put that in here? We have our to-dos, but that would be a good one. I want to be able to create a list. Like, we don't have any features yet, and I want some features because we've been working on this for like a week at this point, and if you count all the days. Use signals for user data. Yeah. Yeah, and I'll show you, I mean, a whole lot of people made fun of me for drawing my UI here. You're not wrong. Like, I should have used Figma or something like that. But this is where I drew out my design. And this is kind of what we need. So like after you're logged in, you actually want to see a page that lets you like create a list. And then when you're on the list creation page, and it might just be that like by default, if you have no list created, you are taken to this page, like you see, because you can see the route. I'm on the home page, and from here we have like a little sidebar that lets you search for or add places. And at that point, we also would need to integrate with an API library or like a places API library. So we'll have to figure that out. We'll do that today. I'll say like we are gonna get this creation page working today. Whatever it takes, we're gonna get this working today. At least the base functionality. Like I might get it so that we don't do the places search. We just like you click on the map and then call it a thing. But we're gonna get this. We need this by the end of the day. One computer guy, welcome in. You hate Postgres is fine. Yeah. Yeah. And thanks for the follow, Jolteon. You have a cool logo, too. It's all Jolteon. That's awesome. I appreciate your insights and your commentary. This conversation wouldn't be the same without you, so thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to take a quick 3-minute break, but when I come back, we're going to build this. We're going to let people, first of all, create a list. We're going to let them click on the map to add points, and then all of those points are going to get added as well. Whatever it takes, I'll be back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Hello? I just ate a Kit Kat. I'm ready to go. Technically, that was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, but this is what we want. We want to be able to create a list. And I think we'll kind of just build that into the fresh map. I did not bring enough for everyone. No, just for me. Just for me. So I think we'll just go ahead and start building this into the map component that we already have. Because all of this is like, will be like client-side functionality because it's like happening on the map. Thank you, Oscar, for the focus mode. Well, let's do it. Let's get into it. So all of this functionality will be on the map. I guess what we could do, if you're logged in, we show, let's call it like the dashboard. And the dashboard itself will have its own internal routing. Can you do nested routing in Fresh? So it has file-based routing, but I guess what I was thinking of is if I go to /dashboard, I guess that's what we need. We don't really need nested routing. I would just need /dashboard. That loads this, and then /dashboard/create loads this. So let's get that working. I really want like a /dashboard. So right now, it just goes straight to the home page. I kind of want to redirect to /dashboard, and that would be the thing that loads that. So honestly, what we kind of need is in the pre-hand. So this is basically like a middleware that runs when the home page is loaded, and if there is a user, we load it and we render it. But kind of what I want is if there's a user, I want to do a redirect to dashboard. So for instance, I would have a folder here called dashboard, and then it would have its own little index.tsx like that. And then this one changes to be much, like the home page gets much simpler. Because if there is a user ID, can I do context.redirect? No, I could return a response.redirect to /dashboard. And thank you, Zardy. And then this doesn't have return. It's just handlers like that. Why is this complaining? Because it has no await method. That's fine. So, and then now this gets way simpler. So this actually isn't even using the data or passing down the data. It literally just has the landing page. Like that. And this gets even simpler. Cool. So now our homepage, super simple. Our homepage is, and we don't even need fresh map on here. And we don't need, yeah, this page just got a whole lot simpler. So if we try to go to the homepage and we already are logged in, meaning we have a user ID, and this was set by a middleware, we then redirect to the /dashboard page. If not, we load the homepage. And then dashboard is basically what we had before, but then instead of the conditional rendering, it just loads the landing component. So now this just straight up loads landing. We don't, or sorry, it loads fresh map. Get rid of all this. And now instead of rendering null, then we actually, so if they try to go to the dashboard and they're not logged in, we actually want to redirect them to the home page. So we can do response.redirect to do I have an alias to that? Apparently I do. Thank you, Oscar. Yeah, this gets better. So now it's just @/. Cool. And then in the home page, we can do a similar thing. Okay. So now if I refresh, it tried to redirect us, but apparently I have to specify the full URL. So really this has to be config. So I need to import that in. So we have our, well, no, not that. We have @/utils/config.ts. And this loads all of our environment variables. We specifically have one called base URL. And then we can throw /dashboard on the end of that. Is this the default export? Export default. Yeah, so it should be a parsed object that has a base URL property. Yeah, string. Awesome. And then if we look at what our base URL actually is, it doesn't have the trailing slash on it, so that's good to know. And I realize I kind of just exposed my .env, but only partially. You only saw a few characters. It's fine. It's fine. So now this should work. So now, boom, we go to the dashboard. Great. And then if we log out, we can't see the logout button because it's underneath the map. So let's fix that. So if we go to our user avatar button, we want to set some z-index on really this entire div. So let's do that. Z-index of 10. Yeah, z-index 10. Why not? Nope. It got loaded underneath still. Oh, I mean, that should be the entire container. I want that to be the drop down as well, which is this. Let's try that. Relative? Like display relative? Settings position relative to the nav bar should fix it. Okay. Position relative. And then does the nav bar need to have position relative as well? Right, let's just play around with it in the DevTools. So this is hovered, focused in. Oh, it's gonna be hard. Actually, I guess I can remove the. Let's just get rid of that hidden class. I want to debug this in the browser, so we're gonna get rid of that conditional hidden class. Cool. And then it's always displayed now. Expected JSX. Can I just comment that out with a slash? Apparently I can. Okay, so that thing is always displayed now. How can we get it above the map? So right now it has a z-index. Oh, it has absolute positioning. Yeah. Let's see what the z-index, if there is even a z-index of the map. Inside of here, we specifically have the map. We can look at computed values. It's not even defined there. I mean, I think that's the thing, like, if I give it like z-index 1000, is that going to be enough? Let's see. Oh, yeah, I wonder why it needs to be so high. There's probably some z-index set on the map. But yeah, that's it. Thank you. I just thought, like, I thought there wouldn't be a z-index set on the map itself. And we don't get that. Unknown utility. So you know what we can do is this, I believe. And so that should, yeah, that'll generate z-index 1000. Yeah, that's the winner. Okay, that took us way too long to figure out, but we figured it out. Cool. What was I even doing? Oh yeah, I was gonna log out. So when I log out, that should, yeah, that takes us to the home page. Great. That's awesome. And then if I try to go to /dashboard, because I'm not logged in, we get redirected back to the home page, but I need to fix that. So if we look on the dashboard page, this needs to be fixed because it's not just /. So I want to redirect this to config, that one, dot base URL, like that. And so that got imported from here. So now, because I'm not logged in, if I try going to the dashboard, I just get redirected back to the home page. This, my friends, is authorization. So as a non-logged in user, I do not have access to dashboard. I cannot get there. But if I log in, then I'm redirected to dashboard. We're making an app. It's happening. Okay. Lost my train of thought. What are we? Oh yeah, wait. So now that I'm on the dashboard, I actually, like when this loads, I could say something like if the user doesn't have any spots. Yeah, exactly. The bouncer says no, no. That's a good point, V. I'll do it to do. Like, it's more so on the main page though. Yeah. Yeah, we could show the user. Right now, we're just straight up redirecting. We could show the user something. We could say, we could show them a message to do. Path utility. But we could redirect. Something like render, and then we pass in a message. No, when we do the redirect from the dashboard, this is when we would want to pass in a message. Because this would be something like go to the base URL and then pass in a query string to be unauthorized. And then we would have to handle, that's the thing is, like, I don't want to redirect them to an error page. I want to take them back home because the home has the login button on it. But then I could do something like, here, message is rec.url. Is a string. Okay, so then I could say params is a new URL search params with rec.url. Would that do it? Set a cookie. Don't use a query string. No. No. I mean, you probably could. I think this makes sense here, though. Like, there's no... Like, yeah, I don't want to pop up. I don't want to flash. I just want, like... You literally tried to go to this page, but you're not logged in. You can't go anywhere else, so I'll just show a message right here. Like, because if I set a cookie, then I would need to clear that cookie when they log in. Do we have access to message here? Yeah, that's way too much work, I think, to do the cookie stuff. Yeah, so that's there. But I'm not getting the params. And I think I'd have to like split it. I think what I'd have to do is split it on a on the question mark. Is that how the render works? Am I doing that wrong? Oh, it would be data dot message is how I would need to do it. I should do it the right way, but regardless, this should be data, and data is an object that has a message property. There we go. Unauthorized. And then this could be similar to what we have on like the not found page, which is like this little alert thingy. So if we look at the not found page, it has this nice little alert. At this point, we really should pull alert into a component. Like this is the development flow with Tailwind, right? So because we have this div that has all these classes on it, I really don't want to copy paste it somewhere else. I technically should create a component called alert. I need to fix this though. Like that. That'll fix the props being passed down everywhere. But let's create a component called alert. Even without Tailwind is the right thing. I guess so. But the thing is, like, if I was using a component library, it would already have an alert component, right? That's really all I'm saying. So we now have an alert component that just returns this, and it has a message prop, and message is of type string. Alert props like this. And it renders that message right there. Great. So we have the alert. And then now over on the 404 page, we'll use it. So right here, we'll say alert. And then the message is this stuff. We have our layout component. We all now also have our alert component. I missed an A somewhere. Backtick, thank you. It's like, what's going on there? Cool. So that should grab that. I guess we didn't export it. So let's make sure we're export default on this alert button. Yeah, export default. Good. And then now I want to use this thing over on the home page or the index page. And so if data.message is a thing, then show the alert. And in this case, we just pass in the message. Like that. Cool. And so we'll import alert from components /alert.tsx. Cool. So that should work. Pass in data.message. Yeah, so we see it there. So now if I load the home page directly, looks good. If I try to go to /dashboard, it redirects me to the home page. Awesome. Someone had a question I saw in the chat. They're like, hey, why are you doing this? Why can't you just access the URL here in the component? And the reason is this is server-side rendered. Like this does not run on the client. So inside of the function, the component right here, I do not have access to window.location And in this case, I don't even have access to the request context or the response. All of that is only accessible in the, like this, essentially this middleware. So what I'm doing is when the server decides to render this page, it's going to pull in the actual params and then render the page using that data. So that's why I have to pass it down this way, is because this component does not run on the client, doesn't have access to window location, doesn't have access to the request. It only has access to the data that I pass into it when I render it. So that's why I'm doing all of this work here. Also, like I feel like I'm zoomed in a little bit too far. Yeah. Can you dynamically remove the params from the URL? What do you mean? Yes. But yeah, so there's a lot of ways to go about this. Like if you're used to other server-side things, there's also like a session flash is a concept where you put data into the session variable and then you have access to it in the render. I could have done that. I just like this message property because I can do stuff like that. We could also try to cross-site script it, or like something like this. Pwned. But you'll see that it just gets rendered right there, and like that's just because that's how React and Preact work. Whenever you're rendering user-provided data, it always escapes it. There's no way that would actually load it. And in this case, like, yeah, I see what you all are saying. Like, technically, when I render this page, I should be rendering it with a 401 status code. I don't think so. like if I wanted to show a 401 status code, I would show it on this. I wouldn't do the redirect. So I would basically render a dashboard, and dashboard would have a message that says unauthorized. And that would return a 401 status code. I don't want that user flow though. I want the user to be taken back to the home page, which is technically a 200 status code because the page gets loaded, and then I tell them that they're unauthorized. Yeah. Yeah, so the user will always see that. If I didn't want them to see that, then I would do something else, but this is fine. This is fine. Great. Now I'm logged in. Good stuff. And then also, like, if I try to go to the home page, it goes back. Technically, it isn't it? Yeah, so it's a redirect. So it's actually a 301 or 302, and then it's a 200 because we have the render. You can redirect with 429. What is 429? Too many requests? I don't know. I'm going to stop talking about it because it's not important. This is how I solved it. There are other ways to solve it. All right. And I'm like a fish in a fishbowl. What are we doing now? Why did we go down that path? Oh yeah, we got the redirect working. Now, on the actual dashboard, I render the fresh map. But I also want to render like a little UI on top of it so that I can create a list. And also, oh yeah, okay, give me a second. Is it 418? I said I was going to stop talking about it. Stop it! That's the teapot one. Come on. Okay. Let me update the Streamlabs project command. Okay. I thought you were being helpful. I was like, oh yeah, what's status code 418? Come on. Today I'm working on fresh spots, a Deno plus fresh full stack app that will allow users to create lists of places to share. View the code here view past episodes here. I'm not restricting my places. Like right now, I'm rendering the center of the United States. I have that hard coded, but what I probably should do is detect the user's location and then center around there. Honestly, let's work on that next because that will be pretty interesting. Well, I mean, we'll add that on the list of things to work on. Center map on user's location. I want to find the playlist on YouTube that has all of the Fresh Spots stuff. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Like, I don't want to use like Navigator get user location. I could use a service that gives me location based on IP. And that way I can server-side render. Well, actually, I mean, the map doesn't... Oh, sorry. The map doesn't load until the client side is loaded anyways, but technically I would set that there. All right. That command looks good to me. Can I try using the isolate class on the map? Not opposed to it. We're using Leaflet with Mapbox. Though technically our maps, our tiles are coming from Stadia Maps, which I think costs money, or like you at least have to get an API key if you're not running it locally. So yeah, I need to create an account for that. But what Mark is saying is on the nav bar, all of that should be fine, but then our Z index specifically in the user avatar button, we don't want it to be 1,000. We want to do 10, like that. And then when we render the map, they're saying use isolate, which is a Tailwind thing that is unknown. Apparently, I don't have access to it. Quick stretch. Isolate isn't a Tailwind thing? Come on, Tailwind. Work harder. Maybe it's a more recent version. Let's see how to use it. Isolate. Is that what I put? Yeah, let's see if it works. It could just be that my plugin is out of date. Yeah, that works. Look at that, because now this only has a Z index of 10. Yeah, so look, Z index 10, and this is isolated. But apparently my plugin doesn't know about it. What if we even did just like a Z index of 1, which we don't have access to? Oh, 10 is the first option. And then if we isolate, do we not need it? So if we isolate, then we don't need a Z index? I've never used the CSS isolate property. Yeah, then you don't even need Z index if you've isolated the stack. Wow. I learned something new today, and that's not a Tailwind thing. That is CSS isolation, which I have never used or heard of. Cool. Check it out. Added to do, drop the menu on hover on desktop. Yeah. Do I want it to be hover though? I guess I do, right? Because, okay. Yeah. To do, open button on hover. Cool. I swear. I swear. All right, now on the dashboard, we want some kind of sidebar. So we're rendering the map right there. I kind of want... I mean, it's actually comical how many to-dos we're adding, because it's all scope creep. It's like, yeah, I didn't think about those things. They make sense. We'll work on them eventually. I'm trying to get other stuff done. Because what I kind of want is to have this like width full and height full. Let's see if that messes anything up. That messes our flex box. It shouldn't mess our flex box up because we're using flex grow. So we can still put it in a container, but that means I could put a div on top of it. Let's say a height full and width a third, and background blue 100. I just want to see if this is going to give me a div on top of the map. Nice. I need to give this little div position absolute, so that way it will appear right on top of the map. And then does Tailwind give me like top 0, left 0? Cool. But now I want the parent to be relative. So this thing should have relative. So that way 0, 0 is the top left of it. Yeah, and then it needs some z-index. It needs a z10. Or not that, the little sidebar. So this little thing right here is our sidebar. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Cool. And so like this is a little sidebar that will have all of the creation stuff on it. We'll work on the colors. Like, honestly, it should be the same background color as the home page. So if we look in the landing component, that's not even set there. I guess it's set in the layout. The layout has this background color. Are we using that anywhere else? We are not. If I were to use Tailwind settings, what would this be? Would this be like primary color, secondary color? Can I set like background color or something like that? What should this thing be? Index 9001. Yeah, I would probably do that, Max. Frankly, yeah, you're totally right. I don't want it to hide the map. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying, though. So, like, in this Tailwind config, where does it... I guess I'll look at the docs, but where does it make sense to put this color? Put it in extends for primary BG. Okay, so, like, for instance, this little div right here, Yeah, and then this will be flex. It's flex row, and then the map has flex. Does the map already have flex grow? That should, yeah, and then I don't even need to relatively position it. I just can hide and show it. Yeah, like that. And then I'll have a way of hiding and showing this, and then the map will expand in class based on that. Okay, that was another problem. Let's go look at the Tailwind or the twinned configuration. Oh, you're right. And then now it doesn't need z-index because it's not. Wait, because it's not on top of anything. Yeah. Nice, nice. Okay, reference. Thank you for the hydrate, Oscar. Quick search. Quick search broken. Okay, let's look at the Tailwind docs. But wait, this specifically is a twinned config. I don't have a separate Tailwind config. All right, I don't have any type completion in here. I mean, it has options. This is not complaining. What if I did... There we go. So that complains. Extends does not exist. Extend does not exist on options, which means there's probably a property like theme colors. It's not complaining about that, which is good. Apparently I can put anything in there. Flow by, oh yeah, so we'll use a drawer. Good call. I didn't even have to style it all myself. Though see, that's the issue, is like it requires their JavaScript. But we can use their CSS, because that's pretty slick. So that's the button, but really what we want is this thing. And now, I'll save that. But on the dashboard, we want that little buddy right here. Yeah, we'll make it a component in a second. Let's just see what it renders us. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is like it's fixed. We actually don't want it to be fixed. Because I don't want it to be on top of the map. I want it to move the map, which is slightly different than what they were doing. height screen. Do they have, they don't have a width value on there. Colors? We set the background color. Let's see what this gives us. It's better. It's pretty cool. However, what colors were, yeah, so right now it has dark background gray 800 or, oh geez. Oh geez, Rick. Oh geez, okay, this, background gray. I don't want that. I also don't want background white. Let's get rid of that button because we're gonna have to create a button component as well. Okay, we specifically right here want to do something like BG primary. Is that not a thing? Yeah, I think that's also, so that's another thing with using Tailwind, is our zoom level is, oh, I called it primary dash GB. Oh, do I get access to that? Like whatever. Let's see. My editor doesn't like it, but that seems to work. Let's make sure that that's actually doing a thing. No, it's just it's using the background color of the layout, honestly, which is fine. But on the layout, I need to use the variable there. Theme extend colors. All right, let me make sure I have that right. So do I have to do BG dash primary BG? Let's try it in the, yeah, that's what it might be. But if we go to the layout, now this will be BG dash primary BG. It worked, but it didn't work. So like it specified it, but I think it couldn't find it. I mean, can I call it BG? Because oh no, it worked. It worked because I made it white. Yeah, it totally worked. It totally worked. However, the this, my editor cannot find it. Quick stretch. Yeah, I like calling it primary BG because that's, like, it's not just the primary color, it is the primary background color. So now that I've done that, beautiful. Beautiful. All right, let's look everywhere else in the code base where we did this number. Yeah, so what color is this? This is on the login button. I think this would be like the primary, like, white color. Oh no, this is the button color. Let's see what we get. It's the, oh no, that's the Discord color. So we can do background Discord, like that. And then our Tailwind config, we can add a Discord property that is that. So that still works. Certain containers can have different topology, yeah. The thing is, I don't like doing all this customization. Like, I don't want to worry about it. Obviously, this is a part of front-end development. I get that. Fine. but these are not features. I'm itching to get some features, you know? Like, I don't care how it looks. Like, I want some features. Okay, I was just curious, if I change the export to look like this, is it able to find them? It's not. Okay, I'm actually not going to worry about the theme. Let's get it so that I can create or add some items on the map. So I want to make it so that when I click an item on the map, is Discord a Docker? Wait, what? Oh, no. No. It's not. So you said Docker earlier. I see what you're saying. All right, what are we doing? Let's get this feature working. So we have our little nav bar. We'll customize that as we go. But when I click the map, I want to put a point on the map. So we need to handle that in our fresh map. And this is all going to be client-side code. And like, does this give us close pop-up on click? I guess, does tile layer give us a click event? We need to look at specifically leaflet. Because we want a we want to know where the user clicked on the map with a corresponding latitude, longitude. We might have to look at the leaflet specific docs. It has events. Okay, so this, I mean, let's see. So if I just do like an on click here, and then we have a little function clicked. Let's see what we get. Cool. So this is a DOM event. We want a map event. So explicit original explicit original target. Is there a lat long property? Let's see. It's undefined first, and then it has a value. But yeah, that appears to work. So like that actually comes through. If we look at Preact leaflet, we can look at their map implementation to see the type of it. Well, that's just options. Yeah, it's the event for, yeah, like the element being clicked, and then it's also like there's like the map event. But we might need to do what Oscar was saying, which is if we access the internal map state, then at that point we're just using the leaflet API, and we can see that map has an event. Or likely has, yeah, it has like a click event that we could tap into. So that would be another way to go about it. But we would want to set all of that up like on first render, like add the click handler. That could get a little tricky for like. Let's try this though. So, click like that. Let's see. Does not work. So yeah, it's not passing these events down, because click would be the actual event of the underlying leaflet map. So one thing I learned was if you want to get access to the map reference, if you can see how they implement the map component, they actually pass down leaflet map as a prop to every single thing that gets rendered here. So if we could get access to the instance of the leaflet map doing something like that. So I put an example on one of the issues that Oscar had open. On how we could do this. So I'm going to try it. So basically, I create a little component that gets access to leaflet map by being a child of map, and then we put it on state so that way we can actually use it. So this is my idea. Let's see if it works. So we have a little component. And then we have a state variable for map, which is of type map or null. And we have which is of type Preact leaflet map or null. And then we create an instance of the map setter. We throw it as a child of map. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to worry about the TypeScript in a second. So leaflet map gets set, which should get set here. And then for now, I'll just, well, actually I won't even log, I'll use it. So I'll have a little use effect right here that needs to rerun if the map instance changes. And we'll say if we have access to that map, we can say map dot on add event listener. How does leaflet work? And thank you, Stony. Welcome in. We should have a not in the mood for TypeScript types, and then it like disables itself after 30 minutes. Yeah, and honestly, like this is a good example of working with TypeScript, right? So I could take the time to define these types. And when you hear me say TypeScript takes more time, this is what I mean. So setMap is a function that takes in a type of map. Leaflet map is a type of map. I have to create this interface for TypeScript to be happy, but the code is going to work without it. The code will work without those interfaces, but to get this properly typed, I do have to do the work and add those types. And so if you've heard me talk about like why TypeScript takes more time, this is why. Like I know what those things are. And I want to just get it working, and once I've got it working, I'll go add the types. Like you probably should, you could do it the other way, like just make the types, but I don't got time for that. Don't got time for that. Okay. How do I add an event? Is it like map.on or something like that? Or is it add event listener? Show me an example. Map.onClick. Okay, apparently I don't get that autocomplete. Event. It has no idea what event is. Flat launch. So let's see if this works. If it works, we'll go ahead and we'll go back and add the TypeScript types. Clicked is not defined. That makes sense. We don't need that anymore because now we're getting an instance of the map and then using it to specifically tap into its events. Can only be invoked from render methods. Do I want? I guess I could use a signal here. Let's try using a signal because then I wouldn't have to do the weird set thing. I could just get access to it. Preact signal. Okay. Can I just use it like this? Not my idea, bad idea. Do I have to do it any differently with fresh? No, I don't. Just do it. Okay, so wait, do I have both of these in my import map? It is at preact/signals. It is. So it's that. And then I want a signal called map. Do I just overwrite it? How do I set the value on it? Map.value equals leaflet map, like that. And then I don't have to pass set map anymore. Then we don't need this. Then I just get access to map. And I can use it? Cannot read properties of undefined. Oh no. it's erroring out on pulling in the signals dependency. That's unfortunate. Didn't I do a use? Or maybe I'm just using it wrong. Right here I have use signal. Uncached or missing remote URL. What's up with that star? Star at Preact? Okay, it's signal outside of components. Good call. Okay. I'll fix that, but it does look like it's having an issue importing it. And then where do I use signal? Where's the blog post? Right here. Okay. Something like that. Okay, that's better. Set map is not defined. Good enough for me. Where did I do that? Don't need that anymore. Hook can only be invoked from render methods. Map instance.on is not a function. Map instance.value.on. It's an object. It's a really weird object. Oh, you choose signal or use signal. I see. I don't know how. No, I don't see. I don't know how to use it. At this point, then I can just use map. Is that what you're saying? Like that? Because I want it to be outside the component. No map yet. Hook can only be invoked from render methods. Is this telling me that I cannot set the value inside of a use effect? I cannot use it inside of a use effect. Okay. Okay. And so now that is absolutely the map right there. Okay, we're on our way. We're on our way. We figured out how to use this. That's so cool though. So actually, I mean, this could get even simpler. Like I don't really even need a map setter component. This could just be a little embedded function right here, and we can say leaflet map is of type Preact leaflet map. And then when we set this up, we should be able to use the generic that says it is of type map or null. And then when we use it, hopefully we get some autocomplete. Map.value. We don't. Let's try it though. So we get, it says no map yet, and then we should log got map.value. It can't be in a use effect? Well, map.value could be null. I guess I just do it in the render. I guess, yeah, it makes it so much easier. You don't have these use effect everywhere. So if map.value is a thing, add the click handler. Has map. It doesn't has map. All right, I'll check the docs. I'll check the docs. Do I see more examples of it? All right, we've got signals. Yeah, we just access them directly. Yeah, they could be interesting down here as well. I mean, like, let's try that. Like, when we get access to the map, add the click event listener. If that doesn't work, we're probably also setting the event listener wrong. And I just need to look. Yeah, so this on click is not what we want. And also maybe this map type isn't right. Oh, it's not. No, this is, I have the wrong type. I specifically want the map type from leaflet. Yeah. Like that. And this is of type lmap. And this is of type lmap. Now, add event listener, but apparently on is a thing. Okay, that's better type completion. Let's see though. Map.value.on click. You can't tell me that adding the right type fixed it. No, it didn't. So we're still not getting that click event for whatever reason. Yeah, I don't have a final opinion on Deno yet. I mean, if you've seen me working in it, you see that it's not as mature as the Node.js ecosystem. Like, we're trying to use this Preact leaflet TypeScript library because this is the only one we found that would work with Deno, and would work with Fresh. So those are the things you kind of have to deal with. Yeah, look, I got a dinosaur shirt on. Of course I like Deno. What other events do we have? Pre-click? I mean, I'm curious if we can even get, like, the zoom event. Is effect coming from signal? Oh, goodness. The docs are broke. What's up, Merkovich? I'm doing good. Maybe this is what I want. Let's try it. So we're also going to pull in effect. And we have an effect. Looks like this. If map.value has a value, adding listener. And then we set the value down here. Can I do that? Yeah. No, that effect thing never runs. Well, it might run, but it doesn't rerun when the value is set. Oh, wow. You're blowing my mind, Oscar. Because if we do it outside the function, we can also like have our state as signals, and like it would be a signal that is an array of coordinates. Blowing my mind. Let's see. Okay, never mind. It doesn't rerun. But also like we should be able to just like add the event right here. Like, I mean, let's try add event listener instead of on. Like, this is our issue, regardless of the signals and stuff like that. The click listener isn't even registering. There's not a prop for it. It has to do with the specific library that we're using. Like, it renders a div. It has a ref to itself. I believe it's a leaflet map, because you can. So what I was, so here, this .state.map. So this is the library we're using, and this .state.map is an instance of leaflet map, which is what we want, because leaflet map is the thing that has the events and such, right? Because it has things like map.fitBounds. mapref.current.state.map. Yeah, I guess if we got a ref to the component, then we'd more so be dealing with effects. But wrap the event listener in a map consumer. Is there a map consumer component? What is a map consumer? Is that a leaflet thing? Welcome in, Greyjack. Let's try doing it with refs. So we would need use ref. We have it. So right here we could say and then this would have a use effect. When mapref changes, if mapref.current mapref.current.state.map, yeah, so we've got the map there. And then I'll be so mad. I mean, it makes sense that this would give us access to it, but how is this any different than what I'm doing? How is this any different? How is it any different? Look. Look, it literally gets access to it. We logged it out. How is adding the click handler not working? Oh well, this is like technically better. This is, I mean, okay, and then I should be able to say this is of type map, or like this Preact leaflet map, and then maybe that has will give us type completion for like dot state and stuff like that. Does not exist on type map. That's fine. Let's get the TypeScript working. Unknown. I'll create my own little interface called like map component. As any, grab the state property, tell it that it is a map component type. And this has a map that is of type LMAP, like that. And if I do this as unknown, is that better? And then because it's of type unknown, I can't access state. So what would be the right thing? I guess I could create my own little type here. Like Preact map that has a state property. No. Like this. And tell it that it is that. Cool. State is missing. Okay, so it is unknown, but then I know that it's a Preact map. And then I can just do .state.map. There we go. Okay. It's not, oh gosh, what did I do? It's not pretty, but it should work. I can say something like map component is that, and then I can grab its state, do the click event listener. And let's simplify this as just a little thing like that. So I have to do it as unknown because if I try to directly type assert it to Preact map, TypeScript is like, well, those two types do not overlap, so it doesn't make sense to say as. So as unknown is like, we don't know what this thing is. Well, actually, it's that. Set the sig. Oh, I guess I could. Yeah. So now we actually could use the signal, and we could say map.value is .map. But now, how can I detect when the map value changes? I think the signal makes sense. I think it does, but do I need? Well, earlier we tried that, but the value wasn't getting set. So I'm going to move this type up here with all my other types. And then right here, we can say effect I guess it would be, would it be more, I guess it wouldn't be a computed. Do effects only work on the server side? Oh yeah, I pinned it. Yeah, so it is running twice now. I'm so curious why it didn't run twice before. But now we can do something like if map has a value, then we do the business. So care about when it's clicked on. We grab that event. And then we'll have a signal that are called places. And this will be a signal that is an array of lat longe. What is lat longe expression? I guess an array of lat long expressions. Signal. Starts off empty. And so then I could do places.push event.latLonge. That's the wrong type. It's literally just called latLonge. latLonge. Places.value.push. latLonge array. Cool. So think of this almost like a store or a what do you call those? Provider context, right? So now this holds on to an array. And then we're pushing into that array anytime we click on the map. But now we can use this array inside of our little map here, right? So if we look at Preact leaflet, it allows us to put markers where? Do markers go on the tile layer or they go on the map layer? Let's put them right here. So we could just do places.map. We get each place. And we want to render a little marker. And marker is another type that we're going to pull in here. Like that. Okay, so it's a marker, and then we create an instance of it. Places.value. I always forget the .value. And then marker. What props does marker have? Position? That's the winner. I think it's working. Let's just log the array. I just have to figure out how to use that map component. Yeah, so every time I click, we're adding a new latitude longitude object, which is great. But now I need to figure out how to actually get that marker onto the page. Oh, it says create layer. What is create layer doing? Layer. Add to the map. I guess I just don't know. I don't know how to use their marker component. I guess if we look at marker, what is the property for latitude, longitude? Set latitude, longitude? I don't want that. Like, I just want to create it with the latitude, longitude. It's sad that they don't have an example. Though it's based on this library, so if we look at this library, does it have an example? Thanks, Limotes. Marker, icon, position. Oh. Maybe because we don't have an icon. And then what is div icon? It's not a location-based zombie game. It is, oh, and okay, I was gonna say, does this have to be inside of the marker layer? It doesn't. It is, eventually it'll be a place where people can create a list of places. So like you could create a list that's top 10 restaurants in your city. And then you could then share that list, and that's what it's going to be. If you get, I'm in the weeds right now. I'm trying to figure this out. After we've figured it out, I'll take a step back and explain what we're doing. Leaflet does not provide an export named div icon. What the heck is div icon? So this is coming from Leaflet. And then what is Leaflet? Specifically that. I remember in the past though, like when I was creating a marker, I did have to do some manual work to get the icon. It should give us a default one. All right, let's try it with default. Though we're right back where we started, and it's possible that instead of, so right now we're passing in an object with lat longe. And it's possible we need to create an array which is latitude comma longitude. Actually, that is what it is. And random irony something. Thank you for the prime. So honestly, this actually needs to be an array of lat longe expression. And then, I mean, technically, it doesn't complain when I'm pushing in that object, but let's say I want it to be an array of event.latlong.lat, comma event.latlong.long. So, I mean, is that right? Yeah. Oh, clips shouldn't be disabled. You should be able to create clips. I think we need to specify an icon. I think that's our issue. I don't really have any other way to debug if these things are actually getting added to the page. Like, they exist on state. If not specified, a common instance of l.icon.default is used. That is a good call, Veritatas. Let's try it. Yeah, in this case, I mean, I just want the default icon. I mean, let's also, like, for sanity's sake, like, I want a marker with a position set to the center of the map. Let's just, like, does this work? Honestly, because this is what we need to get working first before we try doing it dynamically. Does that work? Let's see. It does. Okay. That's a good sign. That means that this is not re-rendering when the signal changes. It does. Okay. Do I have to use a signal now? So I guess I don't know enough about signals. So I define this signal outside of here. I'm modifying that signal in the outside world. How do I make sure that I have the latest value inside of the component? Because that's what's not working. They typically so if you have a like a use effect that updates the value, that's how it, and then you set some state. That's how it knows to re-render. In this case, oh, are arrays not reactive? Yeah, I can't just push. That's the issue. I thought it would have been smart enough to let me push. That's the issue. Check it out. And also, we probably don't have to do the thing anymore. Watch. That's the issue. All day. All day. I don't know why it took me so long to figure that out. Yeah, look at this. We're clicking like crazy. Look at us. Can I reassign the array to itself? Probably. No, I cannot. So it's a little deceptive on the at face value, because like I saw that they were just modifying other types of variables. So like, for example, if you have a primitive like a string or a number, you can just overwrite it. But if it's an array type, you do need to spread it. Yeah. I mean, it's only been 3.5 hours and we have markers on the map. Look at that. One thing we could do though is we could, when you click, we could zoom in and also set the center of the map. So when you click, put a new place in, but then also let's set the zoom to be like 2, so it zooms in really close, and then we set the center. How do I set the center? Yeah, see you later, Mark. Get some good sleep. Yeah, that would make sense, Codex. I just thought it would be nicer than that. pan to, pen to, event.la long. I wonder if 2 is exactly what we want, but let's see. So now, check it out. Click. Boom! 2 is not what we want. We want something way closer, like 10? I don't know. What is our default zoom? 5. Yeah, so go twice as close. So then I can like zoom out. I can pick that spot. I mean, Denver. Casa Bonita is here in Denver, and it's over here. Ish. See if I can find Casa Bonita. Is it? I think it's before. Yeah, it's before Wadsworth, so it'd be like right here. That's Casa Bonita. Let's try zooming in to 17. No, I'm not gonna dox myself because I don't have like location set. So check it out. Now, oh wow, we're like in the middle of nowhere. Daily limit exceeded. Okay, that's hilarious to me. Let's go back to the default tiles for Leaflet. In the meantime, while we're here in development, you can see that if I do something like this, those are going to be the OpenStreetMap tiles. There we go. Has anyone here heard of Casa Bonita? Do you know what I'm talking about? Have you ever watched South Park? Well, this is even harder. It doesn't have street names. Or there they go. Okay, so there's Alameda, so Colfax would be up here. Well, yeah. I mean, that's where you would have heard it from, is on South Park. And then, what is this? That's Wadsworth. So right there, that is Casa Bonita. I like this zoom level too. This is a good zoom level. Cool. Yeah, look, I found it. Casa Bonita. Carto CDN, is that provided for free? What's Carto CDN? So Casa Bonita isn't open yet. So the news about Casa Bonita is so during the pandemic they essentially went out of business because yeah, they couldn't stay afloat without being able to have in-person service, and so they kind of went out of business. And then Matt and Trey, the creators of South Park, purchased Casa Bonita, and now they've been remodeling it, and they plan to open later this year. And so, I mean, one of the things about Casa Bonita is the food was kind of horrible. Like, I mean, I've been there like 2 or 3 times. You really just go for the experience because it's like this giant Mexican restaurant, but it also has like cliff divers, and it has multiple arcades, and there's like Blackbeard's Cave and stuff like that. But people know about Casa Bonita because of South Park. So yeah, the creators of South Park purchased it. They're putting a bunch of money into it. They're hiring like real chefs so that the food is actually going to be good. And they're like remodeling it inside. So it'll be like a legit attraction. Because like it used to be that Casa Bonita was more known for like its charm rather than you didn't actually go there for good food. But now the hope is that you'll go there for good food and an experience of sorts. Okay. Oh yeah, so let's try fly to. That's a good call because fly to should like pan it rather than just like gradually. It should gradually go there, but then instead of just jankily like moving the map. Whoa, that's a really dark map. Oh, look how clever that is. It's very, very appeasing. Copy the whole thing, so the attribution. I just copied it from Oscar. Let me just find it on this page. Dark matter. That one. I have to add attribution as a separate property. Oh, but then it's like a link? I don't think that's going to work. What's up, Katoli? Welcome in. What is subdomains ABCD? Yeah, so that fixed the attribution, which is good. This is a little too dark for my taste. Like, it's kind of hard to see. Let's take a quick break. Yeah, so that's that fly to that we were talking about. So if I do like that. Yeah, it's supposed to zoom in. It didn't zoom in on that last one. That's really jank. Fly to is not working as expected. You can pass the zoom. Oh, that's the jankiness then. Because we're zooming first and then we're flying to. Good call. Yeah, look at that. Wow. That's very clean. Cool. Okay. Zoom from? I don't think, as long as we passed it into fly to, I think we're good. Make the page background dark so it doesn't flash. I think that has to do with Leaflet itself, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, so like here, whenever we are, whenever the map tiles are loading, oh, like zoom out, then go. Well, the issue is, if you want to put another thing, you have to zoom out yourself, though. Like, If I click over here, it's going to stay at the current zoom level. Okay. We're on our way. Right? We have a list of places. Now we need like better interaction. Honestly, this map is too dark for me. I'm gonna default to the OpenStreetMap default, and then I'm gonna create a Stadia account so we can get that dark map because I really liked the way that one looked. Wow. Does Fly2 also have like a duration? Zoom pan options. It does have a duration. What type is duration? Number. Milliseconds? Seconds. It's gonna take us 500 seconds to get there. I want it to go in 1 second, regardless of how far you go. Yeah, like that. That was hilarious. 4 hours later, yeah, that's good to me. Good enough for me. And we could probably do like 1.5. Yeah, POV, an asteroid heading towards Earth. Yeah, 1.5 sounds good to me. 1 was good, little less zoom. Yeah, because if you do 2 points right beside each other, like that's where it's gonna take 1 second to pan over to the next one. Like that. Which isn't horrible, because the idea is when you click, that will actually create an item over here in the list, and then you would go over there, enter in all of the info, and then come back. Okay. What do we want to do next? What's on my list of to-dos? Center a map on the user's location. Now, I'm going to call this a stretch feature, but we might do it in an upcoming episode. Coordinates. What would we even need? Yeah, like IP geolocation in app. So there is a database you can download that maps IP addresses to locations. And then you actually don't even need an external API call. You can use that database to figure out where a user is based on their IP address. I want to do that eventually. Yeah. Yeah. Because, like, yeah, that's the other thing is, like, because this is all location based and we're dealing with a database and stuff like that, there are some privacy concerns, right? Because if I use the get user location and then I store that in my database, yeah, and like that's the other thing is if you're basing it off of IP, then depending on where you are, it could change. So that's something else to think about, though, is the user should be able to set their default location, like after logging in. Maybe that's actually what we want. So as a part of the onboarding process. Set default starting location. Cool. Yeah. All right. We're kind of at our time limit. What do we want to do to really wrap this up? Like, I guess let's make it so that as you click, we show it on the left-hand side. We're not storing it in a database yet, but we got closer. We definitely made some progress today. First of all, we're using signals. Signals are the future. Like, they need to pull this into React. I think somebody mentioned that you can pull this into React. This is the future. Signals are the future. They're awesome. This makes working with state so much easier in a React app. I'm a fan. Okay. But what I want to do is, and now you can see a use case for signals, right? Because these two components are separate. But when I click I want to be able to list that over on the left-hand side. So a signal is a perfect use case for this. I mean, this is essentially global state because now both of these components can be listening for changes to that signal and then can represent it. So Signal is also where you send your text. Yeah, so I use Signal to talk to some of my friends. It's like an encrypted messaging. So you could think of it like Redux, but it would be closer to saying it is a way of managing state across components, which is one thing you can do with Redux. Yeah. Cool. Do I just put it in another file and then import it? Add filter invert on the map container. Oh, you know what? I did that a long time ago. So if you remember Bean Hiker from Coding Improv, I believe we literally just like set a hue. We set a hue. Like we didn't even try to style it. Yeah, this. We literally just invert the map. Okay, but I'm down. Can you do this with Tailwind? Filter invert? Probably. I didn't want to look it up, though. Yeah, look at that. We got ourselves a dark map. That's so funny. But yeah, now I mean, this is not ideal, because we could we could get a better dark mode. Okay, so first of all, let's get the signal working between the two components. So, I mean, do I just create a folder for signals? Why not? And then I'm going to create one called this is temporary. Like, as I think about it more, like as the app grows, this really is this isn't necessarily like a global thing. Yeah, so it's good enough for now, but later on we're going to have to think about like where are these signals actually used? What are some better naming for them? I'm just going to call it places.tx. And then on the map, now places will get defined in this file. So we'll copy our signals import. So we want the lat long expression type. We specifically want the signal. So we define the signal over here in this file, all on its lonesome. And then when we import it into the map, we should be able to use it similarly. Similarly. So if we just say import places from grab signals / places.ts, that should be all we need. So let's save this, make sure it still works here, but then if it works, we can then import it into this component and then use it there. So yeah, this seems to work just fine. Great. But now, over in our little sidebar, we can import it in. So where does this live? This is on our dashboard. And at that point, we need to make the sidebar an island because it needs access to JavaScript. So right now our dashboard, we had this little div right here. This div we want to pull into like sidebar. And then sidebar gets defined inside of islands because it needs JavaScript. export default function sidebar. It returns some JSX just like that. But now we can import the signal. So let's import this in. Yeah, and then there's no props because like typically if we didn't have signals, we would have to lift the state up. So this component would have the state, and then it would pass it down to these components. But now we can just straight up import that signal and then use it in the sidebar. Let's look at Flowbyte to see if they have like a nice little list group. They do. We'll just use this for now. We're just going to get them on the page. I think I can just get rid of all that. Cool. Wait, how are these any different? Are the classes just in a different order? Oh well. Yeah, 1.1 is great. Me, not Santa. The fact that we don't have to add all those weird imports is awesome. This seems out of date, but regardless, I really just want to repeat this for every item in places. So let's just do that, and then it's just going to work instantly. So I'll say places.value.map. We're going to get each place. And then in turn, we want to do this with the place. And right there, I'm just going to put place dot toString, sure. Oh, look at that. It's in the list. Yeah, signals are great. Signals are awesome. Look at that. So the other thing, oh, now think about this. Think about this. So now we can also put the map signal in that file. And then if we import it over here, we can make it so that if I click on a specific item, fly the map to that point. Right? Right? This is exciting. It's exciting. Yeah, and no, IDZ, we don't have to do it anymore because Fresh got an update. So there is now an official Tailwind plugin, and you don't have to do this stuff anymore, which is pretty slick. So we updated. The update was seamless. And then we don't have to do that stuff anymore. Like, honestly, it made our lives so much easier. Like, look how easy it was to create this component. Like, I didn't have to import the JSX thing. I didn't have to import the Tailwind. Like, our lives as developers are getting a whole lot easier. Okay, let's move this signal into our signals file as well. So I'm going to import places and map from signals. And then I'm just going to have an index.ts. So I'm going to rename signals. I'm going to rename this to index.ts. And then it'll export places. And then I'll also define map, and it will export that map as well. You don't like my index.ts? Cool, so now map is a signal. We'll update our import is pulling map in, great. And then over here on the sidebar, we are going to import map and places from there as well. Cool. And so now, when you click on one of these things, I mean, if I format this with prettier, really what I want is I want all of these class names to be like stacked. So I don't know. Okay, but when I click a list item, I can say if map.value is a thing, map.value.fly to place. And we can copy over our settings to make sure that it goes to the right zoom level and the right duration. All right, check this out. Okay, let's say we've got some top 10 pizza places in New York City. Where's New York City? It's right here. So there's one there, and there's one there, probably. I mean, I'm probably not far off. There's pizza places all over New York City, and one there, and one there. But now, check this out. Over here, boom! Oh, it was so easy. It was so easy. So now I can click these, and it instantly zooms. That's awesome, right? That's awesome. Okay. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, can I do a icon? Cursor, I think is what I want. Cursor pointer? Yeah. So that's a little thing. Let's go to San Diego. Right there. Right there. Right there. And right there. And so now we get a little cursor pointer. Pass that in. Can zoom around. That's so cool. Inline fold is the winner. Okay, I'll add that. Invert 100%, hue 180 degrees. Let's try it. How does it work? Oh, is it just gonna minimize it? Yeah, I think I was just making a joke last time because I was like, yeah, like look at all these class names. You have to now install an extension that makes it so that they don't take up as much space. I was like, no, you need to see Tailwind in all its glory. I mean, I also don't want to see ... I wanted to literally reformat my code so that they're like vertically there. All right, let's see what that did for our map. Not bad, not bad. Was that Mark that suggested that? Oh, Stony. Thank you, Stony. Yeah, let's see what it looks like if we do invert 100%. It's the same thing. How do I do that thing? Oh, here we go. It's green! It's green like Coding Garden! We want it a little bit lighter, though. Yeah, all the water has algae. um, I mean, I'm not opposed to this, at least for now. Like, we're going to get a better map theme. But at least for now, I can click, and they're nice and green, which is pretty cool. How does Flight Radar do map features without using a huge amount of GeoJSON? So there's probably a server-side component that limits the number of points that are returned. So like when you're zoomed out at a certain level, you can only see a certain number of things anyways. So you likely have a server-side piece that's only returning the top-level stuff, and then as you zoom in more, it's requesting more data from the server and then like rendering out more items. I'm not totally familiar with Flight Radar. Let's see if they have it like on their homepage. Flightradar.org? Which one? Oh, look at that. This is not it. Can you tell me what the actual what the site is that you're talking about? Cool. Yeah, I mean, and like that's honestly like something else we can do. It's the first one, flightradar24.com. Yeah. So I have my cookies automatically delete. So I accept them, but they get deleted anyways. I'm using OpenStreetMap. So I would assume, like, honestly though, this is a lot of like GeoJSON points, like whatever map. Yeah, so they're actually using Google Maps. Every one of these little flights has to be a marker on the map. It just does. But then, like, you can see as you zoom out, it requests more. And I mean, it kind of seems like they put literally every single one on the map. Which apparently Google is able to render out. That's a lot of planes all happening right now. But yeah, like it doesn't look like they're doing any sort of decimation, which is a data term. Like they're not like only showing you a few. It looks like they're showing you all of them all the time. And my fans are starting to spin up because it has to render a lot. But yeah. Okay. I think I'm gonna end it here. Like, we sort of got stuff done today. Like check it out. We can log out. We can log in. When you log in, it now takes you to a map, and you can start adding points. Like, obviously, this isn't the full flow that we were expecting, but we've got this cool stuff. You can add points to the map, and then you can go back and click on them and move around to them. Our idea is that we're not just going to show the latitude, longitude of the place that you clicked on. Each one will have its own little form to edit that will let you specify the name and a description. And then eventually we need to be saving these into a database. But who mentioned it? Somebody mentioned put it in local storage. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably something like that, where like as you're zoomed out, it doesn't update as frequently because it's so many points. Veeb said put it in local storage. So let's do it. And honestly, we can do that right here. So anytime we add a place to the map, put it in local storage. So local storage dot places. Let's do set item because we're in TypeScript. Places is json.stringify places.value, like that. So every time we add a place, put it in local storage, and then over in our signals, when the page first loads, if local storage.places is a thing, then json.parse. And really, if local storage exists, because if this runs on the server, It's bad news. So if local storage exists and it has a places property, then pull it in from local storage. Otherwise, nothing. Yeah, we could do get item. Both are valid. This is the more, I feel like it's the more TypeScripty way of doing it, because TypeScript doesn't know about all the like custom properties. Okay, that didn't break. That's good. So let's find Casa Bonita one last time and click on it. Right, is that, I have to orient myself. Okay, that is Wadsworth, which means Casa Bonita is right here. There we go. And the idea is if I refresh the page, object. So that's fun. So really what I want in the sidebar, instead of toString, really I want this to be a JSON stringify, because while the page is loaded, it is of type, so you can see that. And then really we could do some formatting like this. And David, thanks for the bits. For the bits. I can definitely whitelist that domain. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so now I can click all over the place, and we get that little lat longe object. And then when I refresh the page, they're all still there. So that's cool. All right, this is all I'm going to do today. Next time, we will do more. But we've at least started on the list creation page. Initial page here. Cool. I'm happy with that. But yeah, I'll whitelist that, David. And you didn't have to give me bits to ask me, but I appreciate it. I will remember to do this. Cool. All right, that's all I got. Thank you all for hanging out. Every time we make a little more progress, and that'll be fun to see. Yeah, so let's say I put something over here in China. Now, whoop, boom. So we could have some custom logic that like finds the distance between where the map is centered and where it's going to. And then if it's really long, set the timing to be longer. Yeah, so once I push this to GitHub, it should auto-deploy, but let's see that. Sometime next week, I'm going to do a stream where I work on the overlays. And I'm going to fix the status bug. Yeah, we really added more things than we did of existing ones. I'm not going to whitelist imager.com. What was I about to do? I guess I was gonna deploy. I lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I was gonna add a little to do. I was gonna add a to do about flying. So right here, to do, calculate distance, set duration accordingly. That's what we'll do right there. And similarly, whenever we add a place. Because right now the duration is always 1, so it's like boom, boom. Cool. Oh yeah, no worries, Murdoch. It looks like you got some new icons. Those are pretty slick. I don't know if you've had that recently, but yeah, that's pretty awesome. Did we... We always do a little bit more than I thought we did. We edited all that code. Add dashboard. Add basic map and markers. All right, that's it. Oh, it's font awesome? Nice. Cool, and if we give it a second, it should be deployed. Or not. Let me figure out why it didn't deploy. Or why the deploy failed. Oh! Well, I did push it up. Logs. Local storage is not defined. I know. I know that. Why didn't we get that error locally? I thought I wrote the code that would check for local storage. Marker.getLatitude/longitude has a distance to method. Oh, very cool. If local storage, and then in our signals, if is browser. That's a good call. I'm just going to make this one change. Oh, no, it's saying it's happening in signals.index.tsx. I see. It's really ugly, but this should fix it. I know you can't see my screen, but I just want to get this working. Let's see if that fixed it. So I'll say this because I've been avoiding saying it because technically the bug that Oscar found isn't just in the status message. I have to do the bug that they found can even happen in messages, and it has to do with the number of nested elements. I can't believe I just said it because you all are going to start doing it right before the stream ends. But if you send a message that is like 30 nested marquees, that will break the overlay too. It doesn't even have to be the status. All right. Yeah, please don't try. Give me a second. Let me update this. Really, I think what I need is the is browser thing. Don't do it. You better not do it. And then if I have a function like get initial value, inside of here, instead of a ternary, like if is browser, otherwise return array, something like this. Something like that. So if we're running in the web browser, parse local storage, otherwise return an empty array. It's so curious to me that like it works locally, but the Deno deploy doesn't do the same thing. So we need that there, and then in the map itself, like this code will literally only ever run on the client side, but also I can just do like if we are in the browser, do that. Okay. Deno's all right. It's really just it's early days, so like probably the main issues that we're up against are the fact that we don't get to work with like any map library we want. We specifically found this map library that works with what we're trying to do, and now we're having to figure out how to get it to work. But like if this were like node.js or whatever else, we could just use Mapbox or Google Maps or something like that. Invalid peer certificate contents. Invalid unknown share defaulting to non-encrypted. Cool. All right, the site's deployed. So you all can try it out if you log in. Right now, we're not actually adding the points to a database or anything. Yeah, I think so. If you're working on a large code base or you're working on a code base with a team of more than one person, TypeScript makes sense. If you're just building hobby projects, you don't necessarily need TypeScript. TypeScript is a really good developer tool. And so large teams, large apps all benefit from TypeScript. But now you can log in on the deployed site. You should be able to add some places. These aren't going to a database right now. These are just getting saved in local storage. Next time, we'll actually put these in a database. But we've got this working where you can add them, and then you can click on them, and it pans to them. Yeah. Yeah, and that's the other thing is, like, if you get a better developer experience in even if it's a hobby project. I was talking about this earlier, like when I was coding this thing, like when we were figuring out the types for these signals, obviously like it wasn't that hard, but there was one point in the code where we would have needed to define like 3 different types, and I just didn't want to take the time to do that because I wanted to see if the code actually worked first from like a JavaScript perspective. And that's really what you're up against if you're working with a lot of stuff that doesn't necessarily have all of the TypeScript stuff defined for you. But I don't know. We're good to go there. We're going to go on a raid. Thank you for hanging out, everyone. Did somebody try to break it? I don't think anybody did. Yeah, nobody tried to break it yet. Thank you all for not trying to break it. Yeah, oh, it's 60 degrees here? No way! It's so the news talked about this being like one of the biggest weather swings ever. Like, so yesterday it was 99 degrees here in Denver. And tomorrow there's like a low of 40. So yeah. I can't believe it's 60 degrees here. That's crazy. Okay, yeah, so we're going on a raid. Thank you all for hanging out. This was a fun one. We got some stuff done. Some stuff. But we also probably created more to-dos than we actually solved. If you're a sub, use that raid message. If you're not a sub, use this raid message. Raid. Thank you all for hanging out. Take a look at the calendar. I gotta spell calendar right. How do you take a look at the schedule? If you click that link, you'll see when I go live. Right now, I don't have the streams up for next week, but there will definitely be a Friday stream just like this next week. And then there'll probably be one either Monday or Tuesday where we're working on overlays and like stream stuff. So tune in for that. I have a mailing list. Please join it. And also, I did some work to get my own static IP address for my mail server. And I've checked it against various spam lists, and it seems to be okay. So if you are on my mailing list, will you make sure that you got the, or if you're on the like live notifications, can you make sure that you got the live notifications from today? Or because today specifically, it should be using the latest IP address. So let me know if it goes to spam, because I'll have to update it. But it should be better. It should be better now. You got it? Cool. Yeah. So I ran through and looked through like block lists and such. There's one block list that I cannot get off of, but that just has to do. It actually. I mean, I don't even want to talk about it because it gets into. If you look into it, everyone is like, it's a scam. Any spam provider that subscribes to that spam list is just giving this person money, because you can like pay to get off of the blacklist. But they have blocked entire service providers. So I specifically use Namecheap, and their reasoning is there's too much spam that comes from Namecheap. So we're just blocking all traffic coming from Namecheap. And technically you can pay to get on the whitelist, but everywhere I looked up is just like, don't pay to get on that list. The person's a scammer to begin with. I don't know. I'm going to go follow over on YouTube. I might get a video uploaded this weekend of the React to TypeScript edit. Also follow over on the archive channel. I'll be publishing the React TypeScript one. It's like 7 hours long, but it should be uploaded on the archive channel soon. And follow on Twitter as well. Thank you all for being here. You're great. I appreciate you. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this. So we're going to go raid the creator of Solid.js. Solid.js is actually the first place that I heard about and read about signals. So it's very possible that Preact was inspired by signals inside of Solid.js. So definitely drop Ryan a follow. They're talking about language features and stuff like that, so it should be pretty fun over there. Check them out. All right, we'll see ya.